The true story of the most famous murderess of the Victorian era, Maria Manning, a seamstress turned outlaw. Her sensational trial mesmerized the nation. Each night in prison, Maria famously sewed black dresses to dazzle the waiting public, making the most splendid of all the night before her execution. John Fletcher's play tells the compelling story of the woman after whom prison vans were called Black Marias.
We present Black Maria by John Fletcher, with Charlotte Coleman and Kenny Blythe. Maria Manning was the Victorian era's most celebrated murderess. The year is 1849.
I could be someone. I mean, really someone. In the papers, famous. But what do I do in this gloomy, drafty old mansion? All day on my feet for my lady, all night on my back for his lordship. My lord?
Maria?
You and I could be famous.
What?
With my looks, the way I make clothes, your money and carriages, I could be the toast of England. Travel the continent, be the most famous couple on earth.
I am already famous.
I mean, really famous. Like in the newspapers. Travelling in steam trains, being received in court.
You might be received in court.
I could change. Work on my voice, my manners.
You could never change, Maria. You'll always be a servant. I'm already married to Lady Sutherland.
You tell me often enough you don't love her. With me and her's in the same room, you only got eyes for me. You tell me 1,000 times she bores you to death.
But she is my wife, married in Westminster Abbey. She brings me £20,000 a year. Could you do that, Maria?
You and I could be famous.
Go back to bed in the servants' quarters, Maria.
My lord.
Go back to your bed.
There she sits in her armchair, the great milch cow, my Lady Sutherland, wearing the dresses I, hour after hour, sew for her. And I bob and curtsy, dusting these priceless Chinese vases. Lord Sutherland comes in, without looking at me, dawdles over to the table, glances at a copy of the Times, drops it on the floor, dawdles out.
Maria, pick up that paper.
I bob, move over, pick it up, bob again, return to dusting priceless Chinese vases. Oh, look at her, a stupid moon calf, gawping over all the land she owns. Suddenly, I can't stand it no longer. I pick up a vase and...
Oh, Maria, no one had passion like you. The cleanest, purest, most terrifying passion in the world.
Well, that position didn't last long. Next morning, penniless, I hurried down the mansion's great misty drive toward the railway station. Take a first-class seat on the first train to London. Of course, I'm respectably dressed, in a fine black satin dress with a rich blue silk shawl, clothes I ran up for myself while sewing for Lady Sutherland. The ticket inspector sees immediately I'm a well-bred young girl, doesn't even bother to check my ticket. My fellow travellers, respectable gentlefolk, smile at me with kindly approval. After the train passes Bedford, something strange happens. Our compartment's next to the guard's van. I can see the door to the van, but none of the other passengers can. Suddenly, 3 large men come down the corridor, tie silk kerchiefs round their faces, and force open the door. The train's going through a tunnel, so no one else notices anything. The door swings to and fro in the crude lamplight. I see a desperate struggle, men with staves beating the guard. 2 of them hurry out the van, stuffing packages and valuables down their clothes, but the third struggles, the guard grimly hanging on. Finally, he cracks him over the head and hurries out, dropping his kerchief as he passes. I see his face. The train leaves the tunnel. All is as it always was. No one's noticed nothing. The kerchief lies on the floor. What do I do? By our arrival in London, news of this daring robbery has spread. We're questioned by eager detectives and even more eager newspaper reporters. But I say nothing. It is only when I leave the railway station that I draw from my most secret undergarment the fine silk kerchief. On its hem, the address of a Whitechapel haberdashery. Good afternoon.
My dear.
I was wondering if you could help me. I found this kerchief in the street and, seeing the address of your shop on its hem, thought you might help me return it to its owner.
Let me see. Ah, yes. A most valuable item. The likeness of the winner of last year's derby on it. I sold only one of these to a Mr. Frederick Manning.
Oh, you have his address?
My dear, such a young, well-bred girl as yourself shouldn't visit a place like that.
I should.
Very well. You'll be sure to find him in the Three Bells Tavern off Cable Street.
I travel through the dark, dingy streets, but it is easy to see. A blaze of light, rough music within. Inside, I see him right off, surrounded by admiring moles and doxies dancing on a table. The other two are there too, with similar friends. Much money seems to be being passed round. I hire a room upstairs, spend the evening haunting the pub's dark back passages. Finally, the shouting dies down. He comes towards me up a long, dark passageway. Mr. Manning?
Who's that?
My name's Maria.
Standing there in the dark for a second, I thought you... What you wanted?
I was on a train today.
So?
A train from Bedford. My compartment was next to the guard's van.
Yeah, what's your game? I went on no train from Bedford on no haste.
I just saw things. And one of the gentlemen, a very, very handsome gentleman, dropped his silk kerchief.
Yeah, what's your price?
Oh, I'm not looking for any price. Here it is.
That's the one. You're quite a girl.
Yeah?
Standing there in that black dress in the dark. Fella could fancy you.
Fred proves quite a hot young lover, but towards dawn he starts to flag.
Oh, Christ, Maria, ain't you ever satisfied?
Just one more time.
Oh, but...
A young girl needs a proper man to give her a proper seeing to.
Oh, jeez. All right.
This time Fred ain't so hot. After much hesitation, he stumbles towards his final summit, then falls asleep in my arms. He sleeps the sleep of the dead. I rise, wash myself carefully, put on my clothes, rifle his pockets. Artful Fred ain't. It's there all right. His whole share of the robbery. 2,000 quid in crisp white £5 notes. I slip them into my most delicate undergarments, pass out through a snoring pub, and on the street. I think I'll see Paris.
Maria, no one had your style. No one your cold, black, terrifying style.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
A difficult passage. Most of our fellow passengers still seem to be hiding in their cabins.
Oh, I love a storm. Look, the French coastline.
Is this your first visit to France?
Oh, I read all about it in the newspapers. The fashion, style, all them palaces and operas. It's the only place to be.
Indeed.
I intend to be a lady of fashion.
I see.
And what's an older gentleman like you doing in Paris?
Oh, I frequently come over to relax from London.
You're a man of business?
A man of many businesses. But I also enjoy relaxing.
Oh, I like relaxing too.
Are you married?
Why do you ask?
I find myself particularly attracted to young ladies who are already married.
I see. Yes, of course I'm married.
You're not wearing a wedding ring.
Wedding ring? Oh, now, would a young married lady going over to Paris for a few weeks relaxing carry a wedding ring? Silly. I see quite a lot of Paris. The palaces, all the most famous theatres and department stores. At the opera, a Polish count compliments me on my dress splendide. But mostly we're indoors. Mr. O'Connor indulging his various relaxations. This gives me time, however, in between to copy the most à la mode dresses I have seen. Why pay a couturier when you could sew them yourself? I even add little appliques and brocaded flounces, adding greatly to the élan. It also gives me time to chat with Mr. O'Connor concerning his many different businesses, of which I learn a great deal. Finally, it's time to return to London. Once more, I find myself outside the Three Bells. What do? I walk in.
Take your medicine, girl.
He slouched by the bar, surrounded by cronies. Then he sees me.
You?
Me.
You dare walk up to me in front of all my crew?
I do.
I'll cut you. Now, where's my damn money?
Safe and sound.
Go on, Fred, Carver.
Cut the bitch.
Yes, Fred, come on. Cut me right where you love me most.
Christ, Skill, cover yourself up.
What's the trouble, not man enough?
Yeah, I'm man enough.
But first, hear my proposition. I've got a surefire, no risks proposition.
Cover yourself up, girl.
You get your 2,000 back, every penny, or the two of us together turn it into 20,000.
Christ, 20,000?
That's full, Fred.
2,000 into 20,000?
There, Fred, covered myself up.
How do I trust you?
You hear my plan alone. We don't want all of London hearing.
Come on, Fred, we're your crew.
Yeah, we are, Fred. We're mates.
Alone, £20,000.
All right. You lot Scarper.
Fred, we're your mates.
House! This is my drone, a house. Me and barman, you leave us that brandy.
So, Fred, how are you?
Don't try that on me.
Fred, you and me, we're not like other folk. Poor. We're going to be famous. Flash right round in carriages.
Yeah, what's your plan?
For the last few weeks, I've been in Paris.
Paris?
Met a Mark, older man. Very rich. Mr. Joseph O'Connor.
You've been whoring.
He might be rich, Fred, but he's just like you and me. Got more scams running than the Queen's got servants. He's commissioner for the docks here in London. Got it out of him while we was in Paris.
Yeah.
Doesn't just get his regular wages. Has all sorts of dodges. Smuggling stuff in and out. Sharking loans. Putting a bludgeon to those that can't pay. He is stinking.
How do we get it? It'll all be in a bank.
If you're running his dodge, Fred, you don't dare keep it in a bank. No. I got to get it out of him where he keeps it.
What do you want me for?
I want you to marry me.
What?
Don't you want to marry me, Fred?
What?
Don't you want to know all of me is yours? All the little bits you love the most.
Yeah, what's this got to do with the job?
O'Connor likes married women. Likes a husband around when we're doing it.
Oh.
You and me use that 2,000 to buy a proper house where he can visit us. Where I can work on it.
Oh, what? With me there?
20,000 he got, Fred. And the sweeter he is, the more he sings. We get his money, he's not going to be able to go screaming to the coppers. Think of it, Fred. You and me. Forever. He stares at me like an ox stares at the slaughterman's axe. I lean forward, kiss him in his ear. He's mine.
And so Maria won her man. Together they bought a house.
Well, I want the table over there. Them chairs by the window.
Maria,
Fred.
Why couldn't we have a nice drum like they're building down Stockwell, Clapham? You know, one of them suburban villas.
As I already said, suburbs is for losers. People who want to pretend to be genteel. The real gentry, lords and ladies, live right in the middle of town. Mayfair, Belgravia.
But this is Bermondsey, Maria.
A nice bit of Bermondsey, Fred. This is all new villas. Nimber Place. Bedrooms, reception rooms, cellars. Here, put that piano there, in the corner.
Right, Mrs. Manning.
Besides, Fred, this place is just round the corner from where O'Connor works. You can skip in and out whenever you want.
Oh, we got all that to go through.
Fred, why not go up to your bedroom? I got it laid out real nice for you. There's a bottle of brandy by the bed. Oh, there you are, Joseph.
Maria.
I hope you didn't have too hard a day at the docks.
It was difficult, Maria, difficult, but one look at you makes me a new man.
Oh, Joseph, I'd like to introduce you to my husband, Mr. Frederick Manning.
So you are Mr. Manning?
Yes.
It's always so nice meeting the husband. I hope you're going to be around when I visit, Maria.
Yes, Mr. O'Connor.
Good. Then take my coat.
Yes, Mr. O'Connor.
Well, Joseph, I expect you want to see our house, the lounge, the dining room. All very nice.
No, Maria, there's only one room I want to see.
Oh.
Yeah, what's she doing?
Taking every last smell of that man right off me.
You don't like men, do you?
Only one thing you ever want. But I found out what I wanted. Oh, we really like that touch about you bringing us drinks in bed.
Oh, Christ.
Got him yakking. The 20,000 in his rooms in Whitechapel.
Yeah?
But he's had a strong room built. And inside's a great strong box with 2 locks.
Oh, me and my mob could screw that.
That would take you a day. You'd get found out long before. But I know where he cribs his keys.
Yeah?
On a chain round his neck. I got a wax mould hid under the bed. I'm just going to have to be even nicer to him. Joseph.
Yes?
Do us a favour.
What?
Them keys of yours, they're chasing me horrible. Take them off.
I don't take them off for anyone.
Not even me.
No one.
Several months went by like this, Maria and O'Connor playing cat and mouse. But Maria never measured her life in months.
Fred,
Right.
tomorrow, when he comes, I want you sober.
Why, what's that?
I'm fed up of him playing me around. If you don't take them off, I'm cooking his goose.
Maria.
Just shut up, Fred. And tomorrow, keep off that booze. Joseph,
Yeah?
are you going to take them keys off?
Just shut up about them keys. Get on with what you're best at.
You're not going to then?
No.
Right.
What are you doing? What's that?
I've had you up to here. You disgust me.
Maria.
Ah! Yes! Oh, Fred! Fred! Get yourself in here!
God.
Get him off me! Get the disgusting thing off me!
What have you done?
Shot him! He played me and played me, so I cooked his goose.
Where'd you get the gun?
The pawn shop get me out from under this disgusting blood and stuff.
What are we going to do?
Gonna wash, of course. Then cut off his keys and get his money.
But murder, that wasn't never part of the plan.
Fred, you and me, we're married. If I swing, you swing.
Swing?
So do exactly what I say. I'm the only one thinking round here. Now go downstairs to the cupboard in the scullery.
Oh, yeah.
Listening?
Yeah.
Right, you'll find a spade, a crowbar, some quicklime I bought. Then dig a hole under the flagstones, bury him, relay the flags, burn his clothes, right?
What are you going to do?
What do you think? Get a payoff for all that he's done to me these last months. I get a cab to his house in Whitechapel, let myself in with his keys, walk to the strong room door, open it, a strong box. I open it, and they lie there. £20,000 in pure white £5 notes. Each one I bury deep in my undergarments. In 5 minutes, I am away. On the way home, my cab drives through a market.
Here, driver, stop! Oi, you!
Me, missus.
That goose you're selling. I want it.
You going to take it home and kill it, or do you want me to kill it here?
If you kill it, here. What do you take me for?
Back home, Fred's buried the body under the scullery flagstones badly, then hit the brandy. I scrub the floor spotless, burn O'Connor's clothes, then start roasting the goose on the spit. But we have a visitor.
Mr. and Mrs. Manning?
Yes?
Constable Burton from Stone End Police Station. We had a report from a relation of a Mr. Joseph O'Connor that Mr. O'Connor has gone missing, that he was believed to have visited you here.
Well,
Let me handle this, Fred. Mr. O'Connor's gone missing? Dear, I do hope he's all right. It's true we were expecting him, but he never turned up. Did he, Fred?
No.
But if he does turn up, we'll let you know straight off.
Thing is, he was seen by 2 witnesses coming towards this address across London Bridge.
Suddenly, I see the constable is standing on a flagstone that Fred just relayed. That Fred didn't relay proper. The copper's starting to notice this. Constable, how would you like a nice slice of roast goose?
Well,
You just stand over there and I'll cut you a nice juicy bit right off the breast.
I must say, there's nothing I'm more partial to than a fine slice of goose.
So, for the rest of the interview, I stand precarious on the moving stone, slicing off slivers of meat for the greedy copper. While just beneath us, Mr. Joseph O'Connor sleeps the sleep of the dead. At last he's gone. I've got to move fast. There's no future here. Fred?
I'm scared, Maria.
Don't you worry. You just leave it up to me. You go up to your bedroom. I left some brandy by the bed. I'll call you when we're ready to leave.
God. There's something about you and your black dress. You're irresistible.
Yeah. I look round. Furniture's worth a bob or two. I call in a dealer from down the street. 20 quid he offers me for the lot, except what's in Fred's room. I take it and skedaddle. Me and 20,000 quid stand on the street. The world is mine.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Editor.
Ah, Jackson, yes. About that story you did last week.
Mr. Editor?
Yes, the execution of those 3 mothers in Essex for poisoning their children to claim the insurance.
Yes.
Liked it very much. Especially the bit about them being so heavy the beam broke when the trap fell. Lots of colourful detail in your writing.
Thank you, Mr. Editor.
As you're doubtless aware, there's been lots of changes at the Times, new faces in the boardroom, plenty of new capital being invested. Know what our first objective is?
Mr. Editor?
Overtake the Morning Post in circulation, become the largest newspaper in Britain.
I see.
Expect you're pretty tired of seeing your crime stories hidden away in the back pages, forgotten, ignored.
Yes, Mr. Editor.
That's how the Morning Post covers it. Oh, we don't like crime. These criminals are terrible antisocial figures. The sooner they're hung and forgotten, the better. We're going to change that at the Times.
Mr. Editor?
Going to start bringing crime into the centre page. Going to ask questions like, what sort of people are criminals? Why are they so daring and evil? Could you be living next door to one?
Yes, Mr. Editor.
I want our readers to start feeling fascination, emotion, terror.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Editor. For too long that Mr. Charles Dickens has cornered the market in bloodthirsty murders. Time we proper journalists had a go.
That's why I chose you, Jackson. Remember that murder in Bermondsey 6 months ago?
What, where that couple...
The Mannings.
Murdered the rich man and buried him in their cellar.
That's it. Of course, the husband was found immediately, drunk in bed in an empty house.
Yes, the wife escaped with all the money.
The husband was a deeply uninteresting man, caught with the blood of the victim all over his clothing. He was hanged post-haste, but the wife was a much more interesting creature.
Maria, that was her name, Maria Manning.
The thing is, She's just been arrested.
Yes?
Living a life of complete suburban respectability in Edinburgh, of all places. Joined the local amateur dramatic society. Apparently she was once a seamstress, had a passion for fashionable black dresses. News of her arrest just came through on the Telegraph.
I see.
Sit down, young Jackson.
Thank you, sir.
What are your prospects?
My prospects, Mr. Editor?
A young man like you is presumably intending to marry.
Well, actually, Mr. Editor, I am engaged at this very moment to a Miss Virginia Potts of Streatham. The two of us are intending, when wed, to purchase a house in Clapham or Brixton. One of those new suburban villas.
Just remember, young Jackson, if the Times prospects blossom, so do yours. You might soon be learning to look down on mere inhabitants of Clapham or Brixton. I want the trial and execution of Maria Manning to be the only story on the lips of the people of these islands. When her neck cracks on that scaffold, I want the entire nation to be holding its breath. Do I make myself clear?
Perfectly, Mr. Editor.
Good. The train arrives at Euston in 45 minutes.
I catch a glimpse of her at Euston Station being hurried off between two policemen, her dress dowdy and stained from the guard's van, but her head held high. But later in the day, at her first committal proceedings, even her head falls, an altogether pitiful sight.
Mrs. Mann.
Yes. Oh, I never knew her by any other name for
Two or three ancient hacks sit with me in a nearly empty magistrate court, dully noting each syllable.
What happened then?
We left together.
During the time...
Things will have to change. After the first day's committal proceedings are over, I buy some flowers and other accessories, then bribe a warder to allow me access to her in prison. She sits alone and huddled in a dark corner of her cell.
Hello. My name is William Jackson. I believe you're Mrs. Manning?
Yes.
I'm from the Times newspaper.
The Times? Newspaper?
Yes. Look, I brought you some flowers.
Flowers?
Lilies. I heard they were your favourite.
They are.
I expect you're rather upset.
Yes.
Being here.
I didn't do it, you know. It's all a terrible mistake. Fred planned the whole thing without me knowing. I came home and there he was, dead. Instead of doing what I ought to, reported it to the police, I panicked. Ran away and now I face the consequences.
Yes. I'm sure you didn't do it.
I didn't. No one's going to believe me. Going to...
So you're going to plead innocence?
Yes.
I do have some experience of trials. As I said, I'm a reporter from the Times.
It's a newspaper, right?
Yes.
I like newspapers. Read them a lot. About what the famous, the fashionable are doing.
As I said, I have considerable experience in trials like this. Now, you say you're going to plead innocent?
Yes.
Well, if I could say so, you don't look very innocent.
Do you mean?
Well, I've seen plenty of innocent people in court. They stand there with their heads held high. They're angry that they've been brought there.
Yeah?
What's more, if I could say this, they have a care of their clothes. Their clothes proclaim their innocence, their pride and belief in that innocence.
I've only got the clothes I stand up in. You can see the state of this dress.
I heard you were once a seamstress.
Yeah, I was a seamstress. For the best lords and ladies. I've been to Paris, seen all the latest fashions, but...
I've brought something else for you, as well as the flowers. Here.
Something, Bob?
You should be able to make a few improvements on your dress. Add a few...
Here. You're a journalist. How come you know so much about dresses?
Well, as I said...
And how come you're so interested in me? What's your game poking round here?
Maria, I'm interested in a good story. A good story of someone who's innocent. Who, despite all these terrible charges against her, stands up and proclaims that innocence. The British love a woman who fights. You go out there every day. You hold your head high. You wear clothes bold and striking enough to proclaim your innocence and...
Yeah?
I could make you famous.
Famous?
Yes.
always wanted to be famous. I dreamed of all my life. Couldn't do it on just this dress, though. I'd need material.
I'm sure that could be arranged.
You really reckon this would improve the chances of being found innocent?
Yes.
I'll give it a run, then.
That evening, I visit my fiancée, Miss Virginia Potts, in Streatham. Excitedly, we discuss our nuptials, which villa we shall purchase in Clapham. The next morning, Maria has done me proud. She's sewn garlands and striking velvet chatelaines into her dress. The other hacks, dimly scribbling, note only the tedium of evidence, but I place her in the centre of the court, have a shaft of sunlight strike through the dusty windows and illuminate her. Note the straightness of her back, her pride and defiance. This and full details of her dress I put in a report which the editor places as a small item at the bottom of the centre page. Next morning, buoyed by the report, Maria surpasses herself. Overnight she runs up an entirely new black dress, daring in its outline and bold design, and over it flings a black silk visite with satin stripes. Her black hair falls around her shoulders. Her pale face looks toward the light. I write and write, and this time the editor gives me a whole centre-page column.
A whole centre-page column? Me on the centre page of a newspaper?
I really thought your dress was wonderful.
Wait till you see the one I'm making for tomorrow. You really think it's going to help my chances?
Of course.
The next morning, thanks to my piece, there's a new air in court. Fashionable swells with mutton chop sideburns saunter in, give the game young defendant an appreciative stroke of their moustache, saunter out. And at the back, entranced, a row of what can only be society girls, veils down to conceal their faces, each in black. Maria has not let us down. Today she adds criss-cross ribbons and a daring mantelet to her dress, while over it she casts a rich silk shawl with appliqued lace collar. By now, other papers have caught on. Several well-known journalists attend, but only Maria and I know what is really happening. The editor fills 2 full columns with my Lady in Black. My fiancée from Streatham writes me, lamenting I have been neglecting her. She adds she has just purchased a brand new black dress. As I walk through the streets the next morning, I notice several young ladies wearing black. A street singer bawls out a brand new ballad about Maria in black, and when I arrive at court, a large crowd mills outside. Inside it is packed. I spot 3 members of the House of Lords, the Prussian ambassador, the reigning pugilist champion of the world, and several famous society ladies not even bothering to conceal their faces. Everyone fights for a seat. The magistrate and his officials appear, no one takes any notice. But then Maria arrives. She is wearing a sheer black dress, fitting closely round her proud, straight neck, while over her shoulders is thrown a shawl of gold with lace braid and leaf-shaped spangles. The crowds in the well of the court part, so she and her guards can make their way to the dock. She stands alone in the court all day. She does not move an inch. Of course, such unusual events do not go unnoticed on high.
Sturdy, Sir Geoffrey. I know when myself and the board of directors appointed you as editor, we expected you to take this paper in a new, more adventurous direction.
Sir Geoffrey?
I mean, I have a daughter, a bit giddy, but a pure, respectable lass. And what does she do? Gets herself up all in black and gads about with all her excitable young friends, declaring herself to be Maria Manning. I mean, the Times is a responsible newspaper. We do not go about huzzahing a shameless working-class trollop suggesting she's innocent. There have been questions in Parliament. The Queen herself has been heard to comment.
What precisely are you saying, Sir Geoffrey?
Damn it, man, I'm saying in the end, the Times has to hold a moral line.
Sir Geoffrey, when you appointed me editor, you gave me precise instructions to get our circulation above that of the Morning Post.
Yes?
As a result of the coverage of Maria Manning I have encouraged, you will be pleased to hear our circulation has risen to 90,000. The Morning Post has fallen to 93,000.
Really?
By the time of her execution, with the massive excitement that will cause, I'm quite confident our circulation will exceed theirs.
I see.
Which means the profits of this newspaper will have grown so much that when you directors come to calculate your annual bonuses, they will have at least doubled.
Oh,
Sir Geoffrey,
well,
perhaps in future you will attend to your duties while you leave me to attend to mine.
And so comes the final day of her committal proceedings. The fact she's sent for trial at the Old Bailey on a charge of first-degree murder seems to affect no one, least of all Maria, who stands with all the imperial indifference of Victoria reviewing her troops, a deep purple bonnet adding to the effect. Afterwards, a great party is held in her cell.
William!
Maria, you were wonderful.
Not bad, eh?
I brought this copy of tomorrow's Times. Look, my story's all over 3 columns of the centre page.
3 columns? And look at the other papers. The Herald, the Globe, the Standard. I'm famous.
It isn't just in London. All the provincials are carrying my pieces. Even in Paris they're writing about you.
Paris? They write about me and my fashions in Paris.
They do.
It's what I've always dreamed of, to be talked about famous in Paris.
Yes.
And you really think this will make me innocent? They won't find me guilty?
Yes, I'm certain.
Here, meet Gert from the next cell down, in for forgery and deception.
Evening.
Oh, hello.
And this is Smith, in on an attempted murder. Hello.
Oh, how do you do?
Half the prison seems crammed into Maria's cell, celebrating. Several warders and prison officials are there. Well-wishers and admirers have sent in champagne. The party gets louder and louder. In its midst, I watch Maria, darting about, laughing, joking. It isn't just her vivacity, animation. Somehow beneath that severe black dress there is such power, such life. I travel down to Streatham to visit my fiancée. I'm afraid with all the excitement I haven't been paying her much attention. We dine with her parents. Peter seems unusually exercised over the Maria case.
If you ask me, young trollops such as this Maria Manning are causing a downfall in this nation. I think it's appalling that persons of no consequence or morality...
But after supper, Mater swiftly persuades him he is tired and must go to bed. She too mysteriously disappears. We find ourselves outside in the nighttime garden.
Oh, it is lovely.
Yes.
Smell of the honeysuckle, moon shining down.
Indeed.
William, if you want, you may kiss me.
Virginia?
You may kiss me if you want.
But Virginia, sweetest heart, we are not yet married.
Nevertheless, you may kiss me.
She launches herself clumsily into my arms. We sort of kiss. The moment all young men dream of, her firm young body in its rather ill-fitting black dress pressing against me. And yet... I make my excuses and return rather rapidly to London, where I discover Maria has not been faithful to me. She has granted exclusive interviews to at least 3 other journalists.
They meant nothing to me, dear William.
No, of course not.
All the deepest and truest secrets I keep only for you.
I want to hear about you and Fred Manning.
Fred?
Yes.
What can I say? He was insistent. He would not stop. What could a poor girl do?
And Joseph O'Connor?
Joseph O'Connor? He was from my past. I've forgotten all about him, and then Fred found out about him.
Fred?
Yeah, of course. As soon as he heard about him, he wanted his money. He beat me until I agreed to be intimate with him. But of course, I had no idea what he really intended till he came bursting into my bedroom and
Maria, if this is to be your defence, how do you explain that you took all the money to Scotland?
You believe I'm innocent, don't you, William?
Of course I believe you, Maria. But you're about to go on trial for your life before the Lord Chief Justice.
Fred made me do it. He said as he was the instigator, everyone would be looking for him. I'd have a better chance of slipping away. And he'd join me when all the fuss died down.
And what do you say to all the witnesses against you?
They're thieves, liars, friends of Fred. They want to see me hang. But who are the British public going to believe? Me. The brave, innocent girl holding her head high in the Old Bailey dock.
Yes. Of course, Maria.
And of course, William, there is a secret I kept from all the other reporters. Kept exclusively for you.
What?
On the night before my trial, I shall reveal exclusively to you the full details of the dress I am to wear the next day in court.
Oh, Maria.
The news all Britain wants to hear.
In the weeks leading up to the trial, I watched London change. Everywhere the fashion is for black. Milliners sell only black, their windows stuffed with black dummies. Theatres stage lurid portrayals of the dreadful events of number 3 Minver Place. On the day of the trial, her prison wagon, renamed in her honour, the Black Maria, is drawn through cheering crowds to the Old Bailey. Maria makes her entrance to a steaming court. A young lady faints. The Italian ambassador gallantly revives her. The Nawab of Awad watches proceedings through opera glasses. Even Mr. Charles Dickens is here. The Lord Chief Justice enters, but cannot for all his scarlet and ermine equal Maria in sheer, stunning, simple black, full details of which appeared in my column in the morning's Times. The trial passes as if in a dream. Each eye rests on Maria alone, noting the slightest turn of her head, the merest flicker of emotion through the veins in her neck. In the nation beyond, clerks idle at their desks, artisans rest in their workshops as I, with my pen, paint precise each second. My editor gives me 5 whole columns. It draws to an end. The jury deliberate, return. A second of doubt enters my soul. I shake it off.
Gentlemen of the jury, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Maria does not move a muscle.
Guilty.
Maria?
Silence! Silence in court!
Maria? Guilty?
Does the prisoner have anything to say before I pass sentence?
Maria stares at him white-faced.
I shall proceed. Murder is the most grievous crime that can be committed.
You sentence me. You dare sentence Maria Manning.
Maria is silent no more.
You scurvy dog. You poxy jug. I'll take your bleeding throat out.
Prisoner will be restrained. I shall continue.
Get me a brandy.
Yeah.
Thanks.
She's going to hang then?
In 5 days' time. Get me another.
Yeah, always thought she would.
You thought her guilty?
You were there in court. All the evidence about her buying pistols at Quicklime. Where she sold all that furniture while her husband was asleep. Give her a due. She's game. It'll make a great hanging.
Things do not improve. My editor wants to see me.
What's the matter, Jackson? You look like you're going to be hanged. Your writing's been superb. You'll be glad to hear our circulation is within 1,000 of the Chronicles. The execution should kill them off.
Oh.
What I need from you now is all the intimate death cell stuff. You know, details of foods, tantrums. She's got to keep defiant, shaking her fist at justice right to the final night. Then you've got to have her cracking, pleading forgiveness. There's nothing the British public like more than a hardened criminal praying with the parson on the edge of the drop.
All right.
After this is all over, you and I better have a chat about wages. I think you can say Clapham is safely behind you.
I swallow a lot of brandy. Then some more. I have to face Maria.
You betrayed me.
I did not.
All that newspaper stuff about holding my head high, strutting about, should have grovelled. Played the stupid wide-eyed victim. Instead I'm to be hanged in 5 days for something I didn't do.
Maria, I am sorry. Very, very sorry.
It's all your fault. All my life I never stood a chance. Poor servant girl. I just wanted something better. Look what happens to me.
Maria, I want you to know whatever happens to you, I'll be here for you.
Stop talking bollocks. Will you be there for me when I'm dead? I'm going to have to spend the next 5 days bloody pacing up and down this cell.
Maria, I think you should start considering the fate of your soul.
What?
You know, the chaplain, a very kind man, comes in here, prays. Perhaps the two of you could start praying together.
That's what they do in the newspapers, isn't it?
Yes. Praying is very good for you. Then will come the worst bit of all. The walk to the scaffold. I'll be with you.
What will you be doing there?
I'll be covering it for my newspaper.
Oh, yeah.
But it'll be the scaffold that is worse. All those people.
How many?
Oh, I don't know. 1 million, they're saying.
1 million? Want to see me die?
Yes. Disgusting, isn't it? And then there will be all the thousands waiting by provincial telegraph offices, the millions in America and the continent desperate to read about it.
All those people.
But do not worry, Maria, for I shall be here beside you, helping you.
Yeah.
Somehow, through that long, dark night, I managed to scrawl out a disgusting tale about Maria, screeching hatred and defiance to the world, just for my readers, just for my editor. And all the time I know the poor innocent girl sits terrified in her cell, dreading the fate that awaits her. During that night, Brandy and I become fast friends.
I did it.
What do you mean, you did it?
I shall be responsible when that poor girl dangles from a rope.
Oh. And all the time I thought it was her bought the shovels and quicklime, pulled the trigger and vamoosed to Scotland.
You don't understand what the press can do. Twist and change things.
Oh, you certainly write a damn fine story. I'm really looking forward to your description of the hanging.
You won't be going?
No. None of the pubs in London get any staff that night. I'll be on triple wages.
For 3 whole nights I managed to avoid that dread cell, penning out disgusting fantasies about Maria spitting her pride and defiance at the world. My editor says I've never written better. But finally, the night I cannot avoid. The final night. Fortified with much brandy, a bottle convenient in my inner pocket, a spare one stored with a warder, I walk down the stone corridor to Maria's condemned cell. Strange clickings come from neighbouring cells, but I ignore them. Brace myself. Enter.
William.
Maria?
Come in.
Well,
I had been expecting a solitary, bleak scene. Maria praying fervently with the chaplain, fearfully looking to the barred window for the first light of dawn. Instead, it is filled with merry, chattering women, all sitting, all...
What is going on, Maria?
Everyone's come to help me with my dress.
Your what?
My dress. With 1 million people coming to watch my execution, I've got to look my best.
Now I realise what all the clicking was in the corridor. Maria has the whole wing working on her execution dress.
Maria, are you mad? Tomorrow you will face the most awful, the most terrifying ordeal known to man.
All the more reason to look my best. And what a dress it shall be. Not that I'm giving you any of the details.
Maria, you stand on the brink of eternity, the most awful judgment, God's judgment. Haven't you been listening to the chaplain?
Bugger the chaplain. Creeping around here getting in the way of all our sewing.
Maria, you can't be serious.
I am serious. Deadly serious. Tomorrow I'll be the most famous person on earth.
I look at her. She is so terrible. She is so wonderful.
I was nobody. Nobody couldn't care whether I lived or died. But tomorrow, if I die proper on that scaffold, And believe me, I rehearsed each moment, each movement, over and over again. If I give my public what they want, no one won't never forget me. I shall live forever and ever. Boadicea, Cleopatra, Queen Victoria, they can kiss my bloody arse.
Maria is everything. All of everything. Nothing else exists.
Looking from your brandy, eh, like all men? Not that I should be hard on you. It was you put me up to all this. Now, are you going to stay?
Yes.
Right, park yourself in that corner and don't get in no one's way. We've got work to do. All right over there.
All this is my fault. I destroyed her Christian soul. I sit in the corner swigging brandy. All around me this maelstrom of women sewing and threading. Maria in their heart, darting here and there, quick as a hedgerow bird. All that life and vitality within that one black dress. Dawn arrives. I am hurried out so the final fitting can take place. The prison yard is empty. The sun slowly climbs into the blue heavens. Beyond the walls I hear a hungry ocean as the great crowd gathers. I drink more brandy. The execution party slowly forms up. Calcroft, the hangman, and his two assistants. The prison governor, various warders, and in their midst, swathed in a long black veil and cloak, unmoving, unknowable, Maria. They start toward the scaffold, built atop the walls so all the world can watch. I sort of join them, sort of don't. Move toward them, move away. None of this can be prevented. Finally, at the steps, Maria's foot, rock steady on the first step, I swoop in. Maria!
Get away from me!
She is unknowable within all that black. Think on it, Maria. You can still be saved. Repent to the chaplain.
Repent.
For your soul.
We have no souls. After we are dead, we are like lumps of clay. Now get out of my way!
Ah! Maria leaps up the steps, sprightly as a spring lamb. The rest of us follow. And already Maria, drawing apart her veil, paces toward one corner of the scaffold, curtsies to the crowd, paces across the front of the scaffold to the other side, curtsies. The crowd roars. Then, back slowly toward the centre, stands just before the gallows. The crowd silences. In one movement she tears off cloak and veil, stands before them in full black bridal dress with extraordinary fishbone stitchwork and beading, black train and black veil flying, floating in the wind. Our bride stands there upon a bare stage, blue heaven above, each roar and emotion and feeling of the crowd running, jolting through her body and white ecstatic face. Finally, a bouquet of lilies in her arms, each individually painted black, she throws violent out into the crowd, then steps strong back, stands firm beneath the rope. As Calcroft attaches the noose, the chaplain approaches one last time, is waved away like a cheeky street urchin. Each person in the crowd is silent. Across all the land, ploughmen stop their horses, machinery stops in its motion. At ports, packet boats and steamers stand ready to carry news of her death to America, Australia, the furthest corners of the earth. I charge, fall down the steps to the space beneath the gallows, shut off from the crowd by great wooden barriers. There is a crack. And suddenly before my eyes her black, crow-like figure dances. For a second her face rictuses in spasms, then slowly slides to one side, and all is nothing, as though it never has been. Clay, swinging from a rope. Over the next few hours, somehow or other, I managed to complete my story. 7 whole columns. In the afternoon sun, I lean against the wall of a prison outhouse. Inside, on a marble slab, lies the naked body of Maria.
Wealthy and respectable members of the public may pay £1 to view her. Already a queue has formed.
Ah, Jackson.
Mr. Editor.
Coming inside to see the body of the most evil woman in the world?
No, Mr. Editor.
I'm surprised. She's done your career no harm. And as for the Times, you heard we overtook the Post.
No, I didn't.
Ah, there's the Bishop of Bath and Wells. I want to talk to him about ecclesiastical policy. Are you sure you're not coming in?
No, Mr. Editor. I'm certain.
All right.
I lean against the wall. The sun warms me, and I still have my friend.
Maria drew the greatest execution crowd in British history. 3 were killed in the crush, hundreds seriously injured. Her taste for black highly influenced the Victorian obsession with wearing black. William Jackson, the journalist who made her famous, never married and died an alcoholic. His paper, The Times, became the most popular newspaper in Victorian Britain. In Black Maria by John Fletcher, Maria Manning was played by Charlotte Coleman. Kenny Blythe was Jackson, John Hartley was O'Connor, and Fred was played by Jonathan Keeble. Julian Glover was the editor of The Times, and Carolyn Pickles was Virginia. Other parts were played by members of the cast. Technical presentation was by Graham Harper, and the broadcast assistant was Pat Rutty. Black Maria was directed by Virginia Crompton.
Fraud by Caroline Gorn. She is a daring, immoral female crook who pits her wits against a top policeman stuck in an unhappy marriage. Romantic intrigue is inevitable. Caroline Gorn's entertaining, stylish detective story, with a definite twist.
Fraud by Caroline Gorn.
So, gentlemen, this will be the central exhibiting space of the gallery. We will show a broad mix of painting, video installation, and sculpture. I'm delighted to say we already have a waiting list of leading British artists who are keen to exhibit in our space. The oak floorboards will be stripped and polished and the brickwork cleaned. If you look in the far right corner, you can see our glazier restoring the original warehouse windows. As I mentioned to Mr. Rodriguez, our computer and internet facilities will be housed on the second floor. Behind you, we are building an atrium through which the restaurant and bar can be accessed.
So the major new build is the restaurant?
That's right, Mr. Cooper. We believe a good meal helps to digest the art. I refer you to our brochure. We are planning 200 covers at lunch and dinner. When the word gets out that we've poached the head chef from Viselli's, we'll have the most sought-after tables in London.
Viselli's? Well, I bet he didn't come cheap.
He didn't, and worth every penny. But don't take my word for it. He's trying out new dishes for the restaurant now. Please, gentlemen, go into the kitchen and be Ernesto's guinea pig. I promise you won't be disappointed.
There's just one area you have not covered, Miss Mallory. The cost.
I thought you might rather discuss that on a full stomach, but as you've raised the subject, the costs are laid out in all sorts of clever ways in our finance document, but there is no disguising the overall figure of $4 million.
Dollars?
Pounds. Now for the geography. In the last financial year, Bermondsey enjoyed higher growth in property values than Mayfair. Now forget the Tate, Butler's Wharf, the Globe, the Millennium Bridge. All that is irrelevant compared to the X Factor.
What is this X Factor?
My point exactly. Nobody knows what it is. It's in the ether. All the relevant factors come together to make a place hot, and right now, Bermondsey is as hot as it gets. Gentlemen, look through our main window at the smart building opposite. 18 months ago, that was derelict, in far worse repair than our building. The original 8 investors made $1 million.
Now you're talking.
1 million each, Mr. Rodriguez.
Each?
And all the prices have rocketed since then. Gentlemen, we are asking for a high initial investment, but we know what kind of return you can expect. We would rather you kept Blythe Gallery a confidential matter. We don't want every tin pot speculator bothering us. We are offering this to you and you alone. We've done our homework. We know that all of you have the capital and the intuition to snap up a good deal. Now, please, no more business until you've eaten. This way. Oh, this jerk. Mr. Cooper, what can I do for you?
Shouldn't it be, what can I do for you?
You tell me.
I thought I left my case in here, but it must be in the car.
Oh, please, I'll get one of the staff to look for it.
No, it's fine. I remember now. I definitely left it in the trunk. Please, I'm sorry. I'm such a jerk.
Nonsense. It's easily done.
Aren't you joining us for lunch?
Unfortunately not. I've got calls to make. But I'll be seeing you all this afternoon.
Yeah, us all is the problem. I won't get another chance to speak to you alone. You're good, Miss Mallory. Almost too good.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Here it is. I want a 90% stake in your project or nothing. You'll have to shake off the others. What do you say?
That's a lot of money, Mr. Cooper.
I've got a lot of money.
I'll need to make some inquiries.
Oh, I'm good for the money. Check wherever you like. You'll find me well represented.
My personal assistant is Jennifer Stevens. This is her direct line. Ring her after 7 this evening.
So we're on?
I'll see what I can do. Now, my clients will be wondering where you've got to. I'll see you after lunch, Mr. Cooper.
It's Jack. And your name is?
Jean.
Good to meet you, Jean.
Miss Mallory, I've got a message for you. The gentleman said it was urgent.
Thank you. This is rather cloak and dagger, Mr. Rodriguez.
I wonder if you are to be trusted, Miss Mallory.
That's not for me to say.
I'm not so sure. But I have no choice. I would like to be the major shareholder in your gallery. You hesitate. Perhaps it is you who does not trust me.
No, I assure you.
My suggestion amuses you?
No, I'm sorry.
I am proposing a 90% stake in line with our European rules on company ownership and shareholding. Does that strike you as funny, Miss Mallory?
Forgive me, Mr. Rodriguez. I'm just relieved. When I got the note, I assumed you wanted to pull out. The loss of such a valued and respected client would not reflect well on Blythe Gallery, nor on me.
Well, now that any misunderstanding is cleared up, what do you say?
My personal assistant is Jennifer Stevens. This is her direct number. Ring after 7 this evening.
Thank you.
And now we must return to the rest of the group.
Of course. You must. You'll forgive me if I slip away. Goodbye, Miss Mallory.
Goodbye, Mr. Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Lomax Peters. Can I help you? I'm just going to put you on hold for a moment. Good afternoon, Freiburg International. Could you hold, please? I'm sorry about that. I'm afraid Miss Mallory's out of the office at the moment. Could I take a message? I'll tell her goodbye. So sorry to keep you waiting. I'm afraid Miss Taylor's away on a conference. I'm sorry, sir, but we don't expect her back until Monday. Naturally, her assistant is accompanying her, yes. Please don't use that kind of language. I won't pass that on, but I will tell Miss Taylor to ring you. Thank you. Goodbye. Tool. Good afternoon, Freiburg International. I'm afraid Miss Taylor's away on leave. I'm just putting you on hold for a moment. Good afternoon, Hedron Owen. Could you hold, please? So sorry to keep you. No, I'm afraid Miss Taylor is the only director who can advise on that project. We expect her back on Monday. So sorry, goodbye. Sorry to keep you. No, this is Hedder and Owen. You must have the wrong number, madam. I've never heard of Heathcote International. Pleasure, goodbye. Good afternoon, Freiburg International. Can I help you? Miss Taylor is away at a conference. I'm sorry, madam, I don't know what else to suggest. I'll pass on the message. Goodbye.
Put them on answer phone.
That'll be a relief.
Set up a new company, Blythe Gallery. I've done the telecom startup. You'll get a call from an American called Jack Cooper and a Spaniard, Mr. Rodriguez. Accept both their propositions. Let me know when the money is cleared.
Okie dokie.
Also, hire a suite at the Grosvenor for 1 hour tomorrow evening. Invite Cooper. Tell him it's about the gallery and that I have another idea I'd like to discuss.
Under what name?
Mallory.
Hold on a moment.
What is it?
Freiburg is too hot.
I'll be the judge of that.
Oh, suit yourself.
I normally do. Is that it?
A woman rang, asking for Heathcote International.
How the hell did that happen?
How the hell should I know? You insist on doing the phone.
Ring Barry, get him to check it. And if Freiburg goes off, we'll have to relocate.
Relocate? You mean leave this dump and find another one?
Just start looking.
Still in Peckham?
Yes.
I warned you we could only manage 2 setups at once.
I don't hear you complaining at payday.
Come again soon.
Okay, the company is called Heathcote International. It's not registered at Companies House with the Inland Revenue or any other agency that we can find. International is for effect. Their trading is limited to the UK.
Excuse me, sir, but doesn't this look a bit small fry for us? Why can't someone else deal with it? Sir?
Because, D.S. Williams, the Chief Inspector has passed it to us. He rarely gets it wrong, and if he thinks this is bigger than it looks, it most likely is. Besides, it's orders. Got it?
Sir?
Oh.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, so you should be. All mobiles off for the next 10 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, except mine. D.I. Fawkes? Yes.
You did? Yes.
Yeah, I know the one off the old Kent Road. 1 o'clock. Goodbye. Okay, attention please. Heathcote International is a bogus company set up to manage a group of British jewellery designers, all of whom are young, bona fide, and have been taken for everything they had.
Oh, there.
Typically, Heathcote arranges a selling opportunity. This might be a jewellery fair, a meet and greet dinner with the designers, or a gallery exhibition of their work. Heathcote's presentation is excellent, the guest list hand-picked and affluent, and the sales figures high. The designers pay a one-off joining fee, which covers the set-up costs for these occasions. In addition, they give 10% of goods sold to the company. All transactions go through one Kate Cook, Heathcote's managing agent. The profits on the initial sales are huge and paid in cash, allowing both sides to dodge the revenue. The designers are delighted, who wouldn't be? In the months that follow, the picture changes. The sales remain high, but Heathcote are no longer passing on the profits. And then overnight, Heathcote vanishes. The P.O. box is cancelled, the phone line's disconnected, and Kate Cook disappears. All gone without a trace. Any contact names completely bogus. The jewellery designers have a meeting. A bit late in the day, they realise that none of them visited Heathcote's offices, met a member of staff, or had any direct contact except through Cook. They come to us. It arrives on my desk last night.
Where do we start?
We find Kate Cook. Right, I want you all to read the notes. We need to build a picture of Cook and any possible associates. Look at the list of designers, see if there are any connections. We'll meet here at 2. Any questions? Good. A word, please, Williams.
Yes, Gov?
If you do that again, you're off my team.
Don't know what you're on about.
Well, I'll spell it out to you. Don't question my authority or undermine me in front of my team. I'm watching you, is that clear?
Yes, Gov.
And drop this Gov nonsense, you're not in the Sweeney.
Yes, sir.
Right, now get on with your job.
Sir. So, sir.
What will you have?
Scotch on the rocks.
Would you like to listen to some music?
Sure. Hey, how'd you know I like jazz?
Just a lucky guess.
That I don't believe. You always do your homework. It's a nice place you got here.
It's not exactly mine. Here.
Thank you. That's, Hyde Park, right?
Yes.
I'd like to propose a toast. To you, Jean Mallory, and to our new venture, Blythe Gallery.
I'll drink to that.
So, your assistant, Jennifer, tells me you had some other idea for me.
I regret mentioning that. On reflection, I don't think it's wise to discuss it.
Hey, you can't do that. Spill the beans.
Please, I'd rather not.
Oh, I get it. You've cut a deal with some other guy.
No, not at all. I just don't think it'll grab you.
Try me.
All right, if you insist. 6 months ago, I bought a horse, a steeplechaser called Kilcaddy. He's been entered in 10 races. He's won every one.
That's some record.
Don't laugh. I think he's my lucky charm. I love horses. I enjoy the race meetings and I want to expand. I'm looking for investors, but I'm hesitant until I know more about the business. I'd been to a meeting yesterday and let my enthusiasm run away with me.
Horses are a risky game. But, Jean, I trust you. And I like you. Count me in.
Thank you.
Now, I'll fix us another drink and we'll toast Kilcaddy. I'd love to see him. You make me your sole investor. I'll lay down whatever cash you need.
Oh, Jack. I couldn't possibly ask you to do that. It's too uncertain.
Sometimes you gotta take the risk. But I don't like sharing my investments. And I don't want to share you.
Jack, we are only talking about the horse here.
Lighten up. I'm just flirting in the pathetic hope it might get me somewhere.
Oh. I'm sorry, Jack. I have to take this call.
Is it your husband?
No. Excuse me. Hello. Mr. Rodriguez, I'm so sorry not to return your call earlier. I've been extremely... No, please don't take it as a disinterest. It's been impossible to ring you. Well, will you allow me to make amends by taking you to lunch tomorrow? Thank you. I'll book a table for 1:30 at the Savoy. I look forward to seeing you then. Goodbye.
So it was your husband.
No, I'm not married.
Boyfriend.
No.
Girlfriend?
No.
How can a woman like you be single?
Perhaps I want to be.
I don't buy it. Aren't you going to ask about Mrs. Cooper?
How is Mrs. Cooper?
Dead for all I care. She walked out 5 years ago.
I'm sorry.
Don't be, I'm not. So, can we go see Kilcaddy this week?
I'll get Jennifer to arrange it. We'll have a day at the races.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Now, where would you like to go? Dinner, Ronnie Scott's, a movie?
Jazz would be great.
Oh, if we hurry, we'll catch the first set.
Sounds good to me.
Do you want some pudding?
No, thanks.
I'll clear these away then.
No, you cooked it. Let me clear it up.
It's fine, I'll do it.
Well, I'll stack the dishwasher.
No, I'll do it.
Fine, whatever you say.
Did you switch the telly off?
Yeah, there's nothing on but coppers.
Well, I want to watch something.
What?
Anything.
Well, I thought we might try to have a conversation for once.
What about?
Well, what have you done today?
Since when were you interested in what I do?
No, seriously, have you been out? Have you watched TV? Did you go to the gym? I'd like to know.
Well, this morning I went to the shops. I came home, I made lunch, I ate it. This afternoon I went to the shops. I came home, I made supper, I ate it. Satisfied?
Sounds like a pretty good day to me.
Yeah, right.
Well, it beats working.
Oh, you're not going to start on about me getting a job.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
Anyway, since when did you complain about your work? You love your job.
No, it's just this new DS I've had dumped on me.
Shane Williams?
Yeah. How'd you know his name?
Well, you introduced him on Friday when I picked you up, remember?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm amazed you remember him. You're usually not interested.
He seemed like a nice bloke, that's all.
Yeah, but he's not. So aren't you going to ask me about my day?
How was your day?
Oh, forget it.
All right.
This is ridiculous, Diana. Look, talk to me, please.
So, what about this new DS Williams?
He's been chucked out of 2 nicks already. He seems like he's got a screw loose. Frankly, he's turning into a liability.
You're good at sorting out your lads.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this one.
Talk to the chief.
Well, that's another thing. They go back a long way, apparently.
Says who?
Williams.
Perhaps he's lying.
He'd be an idiot to lie about a thing like that.
Well, I don't know what to say.
I started a new case. A jewellery scam set up by a woman.
Oh, yeah?
Well, it's more than just jewellery. She's got a stack of false companies on the go.
Isn't it unusual to have a woman to catch?
Well, to have one running the show, yeah, it's virtually unheard of.
What's she like?
Well, give us a chance. Only picked the case up this morning.
Well, you must have a profile on her.
What did policemen do before profiling came along?
What's she like?
She's highly educated, has won awards for her business practice, is wealthy, desirable, reputedly.
Desirable?
Well, apparently.
You'll probably end up fancying her.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Why not? There's not much of that going on at home, is
What
there?
a stupid thing to say.
It's true.
Diana, I'm a police officer, a good one. Do you think I'd risk everything for a bit of skirt?
You're only human, but I was hoping you'd say I'm not interested in anyone else.
You know I'm not.
Do I?
Look, I was telling you about a case, talking about my job, not my personal life. If you're going to let your paranoia...
Your job is your personal life. You don't want a life outside your
that's
job.
Rubbish, and you know it.
Or maybe you don't want a life with me.
Stop the self-pity act. It doesn't suit you.
Tell me what they said.
Why did you do it, Susan? Why did you act on your own?
Look, I thought you hated cop programmes. Diana... Just for a moment, I thought we were having a conversation.
No, Paul, we were talking about your favourite subjects, you and the job. And you know what? I'd rather watch the telly version. It's a hell of a lot more interesting.
Oh, that's nice. That is really nice. You asked me to talk about it.
Don't worry. It won't happen again.
Oh, what's the point? I'm going to the pub.
Good. Don't bother coming back.
We have an excellent working relationship with Heathcote.
They've held 4 jewellery sales at your gallery?
Campion Gallery is not mine, officer. I merely run it.
Right. Is it 4 sales?
It is.
Do you always deal with Kate Cook?
Always.
Do you like her?
This is an art gallery, not a singles bar. I don't have a view either way.
You were paid properly?
On time and in full. Unusual in this business.
How much?
£2,000, our standard high fee.
2,000 quid just to use this place? Do you throw in free beer?
There is a certain cachet associated with Campion Gallery, Detective Sergeant, not to say beautiful pictures to look at, which provide a conducive atmosphere in which to admire pretty jewellery. Heathcote supplies plenty of champagne, not beer, to ensure that their guests part with plenty of money.
So it's a very satisfactory evening all round?
Absolutely. So you'll forgive me, Detective Sergeant Fawkes, if I ask you what the hell all this is about.
It's Detective Inspector Fawkes, sir. I'm from the fraud squad.
Ah, I assure you, all our pictures are...
I'm not interested in your pictures. You probably won't hear from Kate Cook again, but if you do, let me know.
Of course, Detective Inspector. Been a naughty girl, has she?
Goodbye, sir.
What a charming pair.
What a tosser.
Yeah.
They seem to be above board, though.
I know. Bob, it's Paul. What have you got, mate? Right, we'll keep her there. Now, we're in Fulham. We'll be about 20 minutes. Right, they're just finishing with the last of the jewellery designs.
Anything new?
Nothing. They've all got the same story to tell. I haven't met any of them yet, and, well, I should have. I want to talk to this girl, get a different view on the case.
Right, you are, go. Sorry. Sir?
Yeah, and I stop at that sandwich place on the way. I'm starving.
Your wife not feeding you properly?
Yeah, something like that.
The oak boards will be stripped, the brickwork cleaned, and the original windows restored. I trust you all enjoyed Ernesto's cooking.
Oui.
Good. We are planning to do 200 covers. Gentlemen, you know about the artists, you know about Bermondsey. What you don't know about is the money.
The most important thing.
Absolutely, Mr. Wald. The costs are laid out in all sorts of clever ways in our finance document, but there is no disguising the overall figure of £4 million.
Oh, that's a lot of money, Miss Mallory.
It is, Mr. Wald. But it's nothing compared to the amount of money you will make should you choose to invest. Look through the window at the smart building opposite. 18 months ago, that was derelict. The original investors have made $1 million.
Oh, very nice. $1 million.
Pounds. Each, Mr. Dupont. We've done our homework. We know you all have the capital and the intuition to snap up a good deal. We would rather Blythe Gallery remained a confidential matter. We don't want every tin-pot property speculator bothering us. We are offering this gem to you and you alone.
Count me in.
Voici.
Good. I'm delighted. Here is my assistant's phone number. She'll get the ball rolling.
Thank you.
Please, wander around the gallery at your leisure. After all, you are now the owners. If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I have other business to attend to.
Of course.
I look forward to seeing you soon.
It has been a pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Dupont. And for me.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, gentlemen. Expect a number of new clients to ring. Blythe Gallery's going down a storm. At the moment, split 6 ways. Let me know if any of them wants a bigger stake. The dim American, yeah? That money's for the horse. The horse, Kilkenny, I told you. Of course I did. I am not overstretched. Hang on a bit longer for Freiburg and... Yes, I am sure. What? Why didn't you tell me that in the first place? Did you tell Barry about this Heathcote stuff? Save the message. I'll come in a couple of days. You're getting a bit too big for your boots, Jennifer Stevens.
If we hear anything, we'll be in touch. Oh, well done.
Sorry, sir, but that kind of woman just winds me up.
Really? Do you like women?
What's that supposed to mean?
No, you don't. Or rather, you don't like intelligent women. Why, do they threaten you?
Don't know what you're on about.
Yes, you do. I don't have time to indulge your hang-ups, and I will not tolerate disrespect to potential witnesses. Understood?
Not really, no, sir.
But drop the attitude. I know your history, Williams. Do you want to get thrown off another squad? Well, do you?
No, sir.
Good. Now, if you've got a problem with clever women, channel your frustrations into catching Kate Cook. She had that entire group of designers on a string. That's impressive.
Yes, sir.
She's charismatic, plausible, deceitful. She's smart.
Yes, sir.
I am not going to carry Deadwood, Williams. If you've got a problem, let's hear it.
All right. I still don't get it. Why are we bothering with this case unless...
Unless what?
Unless you've got a thing about Cook.
A thing? What, you think I fancy a woman I haven't met?
Fancy? You're obsessed with her.
I'm what?
Perhaps it's you's got a problem with clever women.
No, I don't think so. I'm a happily married man. Now, can we return to the real world and start trying to solve this case? What about her name?
A name? She must have an alias, sir.
Oh, I'd say she's got a few of them.
The chief thought we should visit Ken Restle.
Who's he?
Retired DI. Got close to nicking Cook 5 years ago.
You're very pally with the chief.
We go back a long way, sir.
Really? So where does Restle live?
Sevenoaks.
Fine, set up a meeting ASAP.
Yes, sir.
Furlong, it's Greensleeves, followed by Kilkenny, then Lipsfield. Sean Maloney is giving Kilkenny a real push. He's making up the gap. And as they approach the finish, it's neck and neck. Greensleeves and Kilkenny, followed by Lipsfield. It looks as if Kilkenny is inching ahead. There's nothing to choose between them. It's Kilkenny and Greensleeves, followed by Lipsfield and Captain Green, Inverness. And Kilkenny is nosing forward. And as they reach the finishing line, it's Kilkenny. Kilkenny! Yeah! What a
going to celebrate.
Fourth place, Captain Green.
Champagne?
Thank you. Here's to Kilcaddy, Miss Mallory. Our new venture.
Your new venture, Mr. Rodriguez, is all yours.
Yes, I suppose he is. I am only sorry we weren't able to see Kilcaddy after his triumph.
Robert insists on getting his horses back home quickly. He's not a great one for celebrations. But I'll settle for a dour trainer who wins.
Quite. I can always visit the stables.
Of course. If you don't mind, I'd like to call the driver once we've eaten. I have an evening engagement in London.
I'm in your hands.
Here's your hotel, sir.
May I take you to dinner this week? By way of a thank you.
You don't have to do that. I don't expect...
But I would like to.
That would be lovely.
Goodbye, Miss Mallory. It's been a pleasure.
Goodbye.
Your day's free trial ends in 10 minutes.
Just drop me around the corner.
Don't worry, love. I won't be doing another job today. I'll take you where you want to go.
Thank you. Fulham Road. The wrong end. Hello? The Spaniard will be calling about Kilcaddy. I'm not sure about him. Jennifer, just cool it. No, I decide when we stop, and Freiburg has got some mileage left in it. Blythe going okay? Yep, with the Spaniard. Okay, bye. Hello, Jack? Jean Mallory. I'm so sorry, but I'm going to have to postpone our dinner date again. I'm just snowed under with work. I'll ring you in a few days. Goodbye. Good riddance, boring Jack.
Hello? Did you put a stop on the money? Good. We shouldn't continue. I'm taking a vacation. Won't be returning to London. Taxi! Heathrow, Terminal 4.
Here it is, sir. May Cottage.
Hallelujah. I thought we'd never find it.
Restall's directions were rubbish.
No, your map reading was rubbish. Ken Restall.
Hello.
Hello, Paul Fawkes, and this is Shane Williams.
Come in, come in. I've been expecting you. I thought you said 11 o'clock.
Yeah, we had a bit of trouble finding you.
Nothing wrong with my directions.
No, sir. You know what us London boys are like in the country.
At least we can pass on the coffee and have a proper drink. Whiskey, lads?
Not for me, no, but please don't let me stop you.
I'll join you, sir.
Call me Ken. Sir makes me nervous. Please, sit down. Thank you. There we are. Now, here you go. So, you're after Kate Cook.
When were you working her case?
I first knew her as Shona Taylor in '88.
You were tracking her since then?
Yes, and I inherited her from my predecessor. You seem surprised.
I am. She can't be that good.
She is. Or I was that bad, which I wasn't.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Who from?
The Chief Inspector.
Oh, David. That's not much of a recommendation, is it? Well, he's a nice bloke. Good on the golf course, but he ain't a great copper. Take it from me, she is that good. She's my one that got away.
What do you mean?
I brought her in 4 times. Last time I was due for retirement, which she knew. I think she slipped up as a favour, a leaving present. Anyhow, I still couldn't get her.
So how did she slip up?
She didn't close down one of her so-called companies. She just let it go dormant. She was calling herself Maria Jameson at that time.
What other names did you have?
Oh, Kate Cook, Shona Taylor, Claire Emanuel, Maria Jameson, and, of course, Jean Mallory. She stuck to those 5. I imagine she still does. Superstition of hers. Jean Mallory's her real name.
How do you know?
She told me.
You believed her?
She had nothing to gain by lying.
So what happened the last time you arrested her?
I put one of my men in as a client. We got very close, but her brief played the entrapment card. Didn't get anywhere near a court. She never has been.
How do you think she does it?
She's a workaholic. Doesn't make mistakes. And she's wealthy. Always bought the best brief she could.
Was she working alone?
Well, I thought there was someone else, but I never got any evidence. The Stevens, of course.
Who?
Her assistant, Jennifer Stevens.
Assistant? Sidekick, more like.
Yeah, you see how my sergeant keeps me informed.
Oh, sorry, sir. It must have slipped.
What's she like, this Stevens?
I saw her once. Must be in her 60s by now. Dogged, cunning, greedy. Her and Mallory are chalk and cheese, but it obviously works for them.
So, on each occasion, Mallory had a way of avoiding prosecution?
Oh, yeah, she knows the law, chapter and verse, particularly company law, and how to bail out. Fancy a top-up?
No, I'm all right, thanks.
The funny thing is, I liked her. We all did.
She's good-looking, isn't she?
Oh, stunning. I fancied her, of course, but that's not what I mean. She's good company. I liked her.
Yeah, she is also a persistent criminal who's responsible for wrecking many people's lives.
Oh, I agree. Believe me, I didn't let my opinion of her cloud my professionalism. In fact, it was because I liked her that I wanted to get her. But that way, she'd have to stop.
So, does she do it for the money?
No. Maybe to start with, but not now. She's an immensely wealthy woman. She'll never need money.
So why, then?
Because she can. It's a compulsion. She can't help herself. If you're going to catch her, you're going to have to find something she wants.
What, you mean a setup?
Not worth it. Just find something, someone she wants. She'll go for it. Well, look, you're a good-looking bloke, charmer. Forget bullying, it won't work, so you better keep your sergeant here on his leash.
Well, thank you, Ken. You've been a big help.
Hope you do better than I did. Somehow, I think you will.
Why?
You look lucky.
Yeah, well, we'll see ourselves out.
Goodbye.
Bye.
That pissed old fart was infatuated with her.
He had some insightful advice. When did the information on Mallory's assistant come in?
Yesterday morning, sir.
Who did you get it from?
Via the chief's office.
Let's get going.
Hello? What the hell are you doing ringing me on this? How did they get to the office? The cab firm downstairs? What? Rang you? At home, I see. Oh, thank God you weren't there. Close Freiburg and Lomax Peters. Do it by fax. I'll get Barry to take care of Blythe Gallery. Header I know in doesn't matter. OK, you close it then. Is there anything in the office you want? Good, I'll call you. It's me. I need you to close the office permanently. Now, do a sweep on my flat. I'll call you. I need a cab. 259 Fulham Road, top flat, going to Waterloo International. Can you come now? Thanks. ID cards. Passports. Well, hello, Claire Emanuel. I haven't seen you for a while. Fancy an outing?
Where the hell are you been? Do you realise we found her? This is Mallory's flat.
Sorry, I only just switched the phone on.
What? Oh, never mind. I haven't got time for this. Come on. What have you got, Bob?
Big fat 0. It's completely clean.
You sure?
Definitely. Someone's done a sweep less than an hour ago.
Damn!
Sorry, sir.
What now, sir?
I haven't a clue. I knew she wasn't working alone. Who tipped her off? Check out that cab, Fern.
Yes, sir. What shall it do about a flat?
Well, there's nothing here. Keep it sealed for now. We need a break. I'll see you in the morning.
Oh, hi. Sorry I had to go. I'll call you tomorrow. Me too.
An open return to Paris, please.
And when would you like to travel?
As soon as possible.
Let me see. There is availability on the 21:15 Eurostar.
Fine.
The gates close in 10 minutes.
Fine, that's fine. Here's my credit card.
Your name?
Claire Emmanuel. Thank you. Come on. Jennifer, I'm ditching this phone switched on. Because if anyone's tracing me, they'll come to a dead end. They're near, I can tell. Claire Emmanuel. Where the hell has it been?
Wait! Excuse me, sorry. Wait! Stop that woman! I'm sorry. Could I just get through there, please? Thank you. Miss! Wait, hey, you there! You dropped your phone in the bin.
Thank you. What a fool.
Didn't you hear me? I've been yelling at you.
I had my headphones on.
Destination Ashford International and Paris. Bienvenue à bord cette Eurostar 21h15.
An American called Cooper's waiting to see you, sir.
Never heard of him.
Wants to talk to you about Mallory.
Right, I'll see him now. Mr. Cooper, I'm D.I. Fawkes. You want to talk to me about Jean Mallory?
Damn right I do.
How do you know her?
She tricked me into investing in an art gallery.
The Blythe Gallery?
You know about it?
Yeah, reports are coming in of other investors.
Others? That conniving bitch, if ever I saw her again, I'd...
You'd what, Mr. Cooper? Now take a few deep breaths and tell me what you know.
Mallory got me to invest in Blythe Gallery and a racehorse. I put down a lot of money. I mean, really, a lot.
How much?
Altogether, nearly £1 million.
Yeah, that is a lot.
I thought the businesses looked good, and I wanted to impress her, dumb schmuck that I am.
Did you have a relationship with Miss Mallory?
No, that's the big joke. 1 million and not so much as a kiss. Last week, she vanished. No phone, no office, nothing. Ah, what a jerk I've been.
Yeah, you're not the first, Mr. Cooper.
The gallery's a sham. She never owned the building. The money's gone. The damn horse belongs to some Arab. I'm cleaned out. I played it big to her. Pretended I had more than I've got. I've lost every last dime.
So did Mallory deal with the money?
No, Jennifer Stevens did. I've got stuff in writing, but I've had my lawyer. As soon as be my ex-lawyer look it over. It's worthless.
Now, this is Sergeant Williams, Mr. Cooper. So when did you last speak to Mallory?
Last week. We were having dinner, but she cancelled. Now I know why.
Mr. Cooper, would you be prepared to help us catch Mallory?
You're damn right I would.
Right, we know she's in Paris, but my guess is she'll be back. Did you arrange to contact her at all?
I haven't been able to, like I said.
Does she know you realise you've been had?
No, not as far as I know.
Do you think she'd believe you'd still be interested in her?
Perhaps.
The prospect of winning you over again might be just the sort of bait she'd go for.
Another bite of the cherry.
It's difficult to resist, eh, Williams?
Yes, sir.
Well, she certainly thinks there's more money to be had from me.
Right, well, let's try it. Frankly, we've got nothing to lose. I'd like you to make a detailed statement to one of my officers. We'll get her, Mr. Cooper.
Yeah, I hope you're right.
I'm going to see the chief.
I just passed his office. He's out.
Oh. My little key.
Jack.
Miss Mallory, how are you?
Fine. May I sit down?
Oh, of course.
It's a spectacular view from up here.
Not as good as mine.
You'll make me blush. I'm sorry running out on you like that. I had lost everything. My business, my home, my...
Please, don't apologize.
Not the money.
Oh, it doesn't matter. What's money for? So, how have you been?
All right. Under the circumstances. Jack, please let me explain. It's the least
Not necessary, I told you. Shall we order?
Already? Okay. Is everything all right, Jack? You seem a bit jumpy.
No, everything's fine.
I'm going to the toilet.
You're not going anywhere.
Let go! You're hurting my wrist.
Shut up. You're being followed. I'm here to set you up. Now, either I hand you over to the cops or you give me my money back. Which will it be?
Do I have a choice? Go of me.
We are gonna walk out slowly, and you are gonna tell me where my money is. If you make one false move, I will shoot you. Got it?
Yes.
Jean Mallory.
Thank God, she's crazy. She pulled a gun on me.
Williams, pick up the gun. Jean Mallory, I'm arresting you on suspicion of fraud. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned.
She's passed out, sir.
Take her to the office, get her checked over by a doctor. Mr. Cooper. Where's Cooper?
I can't see him.
Right, you two downstairs, close the lobby. Great. Let's get out of here.
Well, you got her, sir.
Yeah, this is just the beginning.
First impressions?
Well, she throws a convincing feint.
Yeah. They weren't wrong about her looks.
No, she really is beautiful.
Better not let the missus hear you say that.
Hey? Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Shall you sign a Cooper?
No, sir.
She must have slipped away when she fainted.
Search the hotel. Ring me with the doctor's report on Mallory. Hopefully we can make a start tonight.
Sir.
So, you realised Blythe wasn't going to work and you simply bailed out?
Yes. D.I. Fawkes, you've been asking my client the same questions for 2 hours now. It seems clear to me that you don't have any evidence to substantiate your claims.
Well, apart from a witness who has been defrauded of £1 million.
A witness who was infatuated with my client and invented an imaginary relationship with her. I don't think his evidence will amount to much, do you?
Obviously I do, Miss Pugh, or I wouldn't be using his evidence.
In that case, why aren't you producing him?
We will.
I have reason to believe that you won't.
All in good time.
I think you're stalling, Inspector. I think your so-called witness has done a bunk.
Jane, I don't mind answering the inspector's questions.
But you're getting tired.
Right, well, let's take a break. We'll send in some coffee.
Not from that machine, please.
Interview suspended at 21:15. D.I. Fawkes and D.S. Williams leave the room. Aren't you being a bit soft on her, sir?
Ken Restall's advice was charmer, remember? Or maybe you don't know how.
But it isn't getting you anywhere.
Listen, I'm in charge of this investigation. If you don't like it, you know what you can do.
OK, keep your hair on, Guff. Chief was asking me how it was going. Can't lie to him.
You really are a nasty little toe rag, aren't you? You keep chipping away at me, but it's not going to work, Shane.
I don't know what you mean.
Right, here's what I'm going to do. Send you off for a comfy night in the cells, let you sleep in it, and we'll have another chat in the morning.
You have nothing on my client, and yet...
It's fine, Jane. I want to cooperate fully with Inspector Fawkes.
I think that answers your objections, Miss Pugh. Sweet dreams, ladies. Can you identify the person in this photo?
No, Inspector.
Come on, Jean, you can do better than that.
I've never seen her before.
That's not what she says.
Oh?
No, she says she's worked for you for 20-odd years. She thinks you're mean, but as you're both only motivated by money, she would say that, wouldn't she?
Would she?
You deny all knowledge of Jennifer Stevens.
I've never seen that woman before.
Can we move on now, Inspector?
No, I'm not sure we can, if this is the level of seriousness with which your client is engaged in this interview. And she does understand that she could spend a long time in prison.
Where's your evidence?
Somewhere safe, Miss Pugh. Kilcaddy. Never seen him before, either.
Have you got a picture?
Of the horse? No, Miss Mallory.
As I told you, I've always fancied myself as an owner. I love the races. One drunken evening I got it into my head that I owned a horse. I boasted to friends. Cooper must have heard the story. The rest is pure fiction.
So you never took him to the racetrack?
No.
You didn't enter the owner's enclosure?
I wish.
Who are your friends?
I don't understand.
Well, boasted to friends, you said. Who are they?
I can give you a list of names, but none of them are involved in my business.
You see, you always have exceptional backup to clear up your mess. I'd say that they are the brains behind your operation. You wouldn't last 5 minutes on your own.
I wish I had that kind of support, but I don't.
Now, there's something of a pattern here. I describe a detailed incident in which you were involved. You say you wish you had been, but weren't. You strike me as the kind of woman who makes her wishes come true.
I'm a businesswoman who takes risks. A lot of the time I end up getting burnt. I've made my share of enemies, whom I'm sure are queuing up to discredit me, but I am not a fraud.
I'll ask again. Where did you meet Jennifer?
I don't know her.
Jean, I know that you do. I admire you for trying to protect her, but you're only damaging Jennifer's case in the long run. It must have taken some organising keeping her away from your so-called clients, but she ran your Peckham office very efficiently. You're going to miss her.
Am I?
D.I. Fawkes, are you intending to take a break at all this morning? My client is tired. She didn't sleep at all.
I'm tired too. I'm tired of your lies, Jean. We can place you at the Peckham office. One of the cab drivers recognised your photo. We've got video footage of Jennifer entering and leaving the building. Well, that surprised you, didn't it? We've been on to you for some time, Jean, and now we've got you.
Have you, Inspector?
In what way got? Where is your evidence? And may I remind you that you are obliged to take a break
Yes,
within
thank you for the lesson in the law. We'll take a break. Jean, I suggest you start trying to remember when and how you met Jennifer Stevens.
I really must protest about the way
We'll
you've
tell
treated
someone who cares, my sergeant, for instance.
Interview suspended at 11:50. Sir!
What?
Where are we going on this?
We aren't going anywhere.
Sir, I insist you brief me.
You what? So you go running to the chief?
No!
Get lost, Shane. Getting back to Monica Fitzwilliam, because of you, she has nothing. No jewellery business, no money, no home, no future. Does that bother you, Jean? You see, she struck me as a nice person. Do you like her?
As I told you, I never met her.
Oh, that's right, you didn't meet any of the designers. You know nothing about jewellery. Your only connection to that company was as an investor. What keeps you awake at night?
You're a man of the world, Inspector.
Apart from sex, although I gather that isn't a regular pastime. You don't like relationships, do you? Sharing, affection, trust, respect don't feature high up on your wish list?
Don't they?
No. You don't like people. I suspect you don't like yourself. Is your conscience clear?
Absolutely.
Sir Restal was right. It's a compulsion. Don't you ever get bored?
I am now.
As am I. Your 24 hours is nearly up, Inspector. Are you going to charge my client or will you release her?
You're good, Jean. But I'm very good. You'll be back. Release her, Williams.
Interview terminated at 18:50. The suspect is released without charge.
Goodbye, Inspector.
Well, like you said, sir, you're better than her.
It's a bit late for a show of support.
Whatever.
Damn her!
Mr. Fawkes, what a pleasant surprise. Come in.
Nice flat.
Thank you. I've only just moved in.
I know.
Champagne?
Please. Miles Davis.
Are you a fan?
I dabble. A toast. To freedom.
I'll drink to that.
How do you get away with it?
I thought this was a social call.
It is.
As I hadn't seen you for 9 days.
10, actually.
I'd assumed you'd stopped trying to catch me.
No, I'll never do that.
Do we have to talk about work?
Well, who said we were?
You're a very attractive man, Mr. Fawkes.
Thank you.
believe I just said that.
Well, you did, and you meant it.
I've got a lot of money.
That's why I find you attractive.
I could start again, anywhere in the world. We could.
Whoa, 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 hold on a moment.
You know you're attracted to me.
Really?
Come on, we're too grown up to play games.
Well, maybe you're right. Hello?
Sir, it's Shane. Can you talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got something on Mallory that will stick.
Right, I'll meet you at the office. We've got a problem.
Jean Mallory, it's the police! Open the door! You have 5 seconds or we'll break it down!
It's had a sweep. I can't have. She's gone, sir.
No!
There's nothing here, sir.
Right, get a forensic team down here.
Yes, sir.
And turn that bloody music off!
Sir!
What now, sir?
We'll go back to the office.
You mustn't blame yourself, Gov.
I don't.
Is that the Chief's car?
Morning, Paul.
Sir.
Anything?
Nothing. She's done her usual vanishing trick.
How disappointing.
Very.
I told you it'd be hard. Ken Restall was damn good in his day if he couldn't get her. Well, keep trying.
I'll get her, sir.
I'm sure you will. Oh, are you still all right for Saturday?
Yeah, I've been practicing my swing.
Good.
I didn't know you and the Chief were, well...
No, you didn't. You told him I'm infatuated with Mallory and I'm not conducting an efficient inquiry.
I didn't say anything like...
Aren't you going to answer that?
No, it's just a mate.
It's my wife, isn't it? I know you're screwing her. I don't mind, it saves me the bother.
I don't know what to... sir, I'm sorry. I'll resign. I'll hand in my notice.
I won't accept it. I intend to enjoy having you on my team. See you back at the office. Hello, D.I. Fawkes. Thought the music was a nice touch. A couple of long months. Yeah. Bye.
In Fraud, D.I. Fawkes was played by Philip Glenister and Jean Mallory by Angela Winter. D.S. Williams was played by Ken Bradshaw, Jack Cooper by Toby Haydock, and Jennifer Stevens and Diane by Christine Brennan. Mr. Rodriguez and Ken Restall were played by Russell Dixon. All other parts were played by members of the cast. Fraud was written by Caroline Gorn and directed in Manchester by Polly Thomas.
The Unexpected Guest is a 1958 play by crime writer Agatha Christie. On a foggy night, Michael Starkweather enters the home of the Warwicks through a window in the study. He finds the dead body of Richard Warwick, and finds Richard's wife, Laura, holding a gun that supposedly killed him. Michael does not believe she killed him, and she soon tells him she is innocent. The two decide to place the blame on an enemy from the past, McGregor, a man whose son was killed when he was run over by Richard's car while Richard was driving drunk. As the story progresses, it is revealed that Laura was having an affair due to Richard's cruel nature, and was vouching for the man she was cheating with when she claimed to have killed Richard.
The Unexpected Guest by Agatha Christie.
Hello? Is anyone there? I'm so sorry, it's this confounded fog. I've just run my car off the road into a ditch. I haven't the faintest idea where I am. I must have run off the main road somewhere. I've been driving round these topsy-turvy lanes for an hour or more. Are you asleep? Good God. He's dead.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
He's been shot. Through the head. Who? You shot him?
Yes. The telephone is on the desk.
Telephone?
If you want to ring up the police.
A few minutes one way or the other won't make any difference. They'll have a bit of a job getting here in this fog anyway. I'd like to know a little more. Who is he?
My husband. His name was Richard Warwick. I'm Laura Warwick.
I see. Well, hadn't you better sit down? Can I get you a drink? It must have been a shock.
Shooting my husband?
I should imagine so, yes. Or was it just fun and games?
It was fun and games. But I would like that drink.
Right. Now then, suppose you tell me all about it.
Hadn't you better ring the police?
All in good time. Nothing wrong with having a cosy little chat first, is there?
I don't... Who are you? How did you happen to come here tonight?
My name is Michael Starkweather. I'm an engineer. My mother's family came from this part of the world. I thought I might buy a little house. The last 2 hours, nearer 3, I should think, I've been hopelessly lost, driving round all the twisted lanes in South Wales, ended up in a ditch. Thick fog everywhere. Found a gate, groped my way to this house, tried the handle of the window, it wasn't locked, so I walked in. Whereupon I find...
The door opens and the unexpected guest comes in. That saying always frightened me when I was a child. Unexpected guest. Why don't you ring up the police and get it over?
Not yet. Why did you shoot him?
What do you expect me to say? He drank. He was cruel. I've hated him for years.
It's a bit drastic, don't you think? You say you've hated him for years. Why didn't you leave him? Surely that would have been much simpler.
I've no money of my own.
My dear girl, if you could prove cruelty and habitual drunkenness and all the rest of it, you could get a divorce or separation. Then you get alimony or whatever it is they call it. Have you got children?
No, thank God.
Well, then, why didn't you leave him?
Well, you see... Well, now I shall inherit all his money.
Oh, no, you won't. The law won't allow you to profit as a result of a crime. Or did you think of that? What did you think?
I don't know what you mean.
You're not a stupid woman. Suppose I hadn't come knocking at the window just now. What were you going to do?
Does it matter?
Perhaps not. But I'm interested. What was your story going to be if I hadn't come barging in and caught you here red-handed? Accident? Suicide?
It doesn't matter, I tell you. I'm prepared for the worst.
Just because I came in through that window? If I had...
But you did.
Yes, I did. So you're for it. Now, let's go back a little. You've hated your husband for a long time, and tonight he said something that just pushed you over the edge. You snatched up the gun that was lying beside it. Why was he sitting here with a gun beside him anyway? It's hardly usual.
That. He used to shoot at cats.
Cats?
Richard used to be well known as a big game hunter. Oh. That was where we first met in Kenya.
Here, let me.
Oh. Thank you. We married soon after. Then 2 years later, he had a terrible accident. He was mauled by a lion. He was lucky to escape alive. But he's been a semi-cripple ever since, unable to walk properly. They say misfortune improves your character. It didn't improve his. Instead, it developed all his bad points. Vindictiveness, a streak of sadism, drinking too much. He made life pretty impossible for everyone in this house, and we all put up with it because... well, you know what one says. So sad for poor Richard being an invalid. All his life, shooting had been the thing he liked doing best. So every night, after we went up to bed, he'd sit there, and Angel, his valet, would bring the brandy and one of his guns and put them beside him. Then he'd have this window wide open, and he'd sit here looking out, watching for the gleam of a cat's eyes, or a stray rabbit, or a dog.
He seems to have had a rather perverted sense of humour. Pretty frightening to live with, I should think.
He was. Look, must we go on? Can't you realise that you have got to ring up the police? That it would be far kinder to do it now?
How much courage have you got? Can you lie, if necessary? And lie convincingly?
You're crazy.
Probably.
You don't know what you're doing.
I know very well what I'm doing. I'm making myself an accessory after the fact.
But why? Why?
For the simple reason, I suppose, that you're an attractive woman. I don't like to think of an attractive woman being shut up in prison for the best years of her life.
Everything I've told you may have been lies.
It may. Maybe I'm a sucker. But I'm believing you. Now, who exactly is there in this house?
There's Richard's mother, and there's Benny, Miss Bennett. She's a kind of combined housekeeper and secretary, an ex-hospital nurse. She's been here for ages. She's devoted to Richard. And then there's Angel. He's a male nurse attendant and valet, and looks after Richard. Oh, and there's Jan.
Who's Jan?
He's Richard's young half-brother. He lives with us. He's very affectionate and sweet, but... well, he isn't quite like other people. I mean, he's what they call retarded.
But you're fond of him, aren't you?
Yes, I'm very fond of him. That's really why I couldn't go away and leave Richard, because of Jan. Richard, you see, would have had him sent to an institution.
I see. How is it that nobody heard the shot tonight?
Oh, Richard's mother's deaf. Benny's room is over on the other side of the house. Angel's quarters are shut off by a baize door. There's Jan, of course. He sleeps in the room over this, but, well, he goes to bed early and he sleeps very heavily.
That all seems extremely fortunate.
But what are you suggesting? That we could make it look like suicide?
No. No, there's no mark of scorching on his temple. The gun must have been fired from a certain distance away. So suicide's out. And it obviously wasn't an accident. That leaves murder. Plain murder. Tell me, did Richard have any enemies?
Enemies?
Yeah, how about someone from his tiger and lion shooting days?
I can't think.
Oh, come on, you've told me the kind of man your husband was. There must have been incidents, people, someone who made threats. Justifiable threats, perhaps?
There was a man whose child Richard ran over.
When was this?
About 2 years ago, when we were living in Norfolk. Now, Richard was driving back from Cromer, drunk. He went through a little village at about 60 miles an hour, zigzagging. The child ran out into the road from the inn there. Richard knocked him down, and he was killed instantly.
Your husband could drive a car?
Yes, he could. It had to be specially built with special controls.
What happened about the child? Didn't they get Richard for manslaughter?
There was an inquest, of course. Richard was exonerated completely.
But weren't there any witnesses?
There was the child's father. He saw it happen. And a hospital nurse, Nurse Warburton, was in the car with Richard. Now, according to her, the car was going under 30 miles an hour, and Richard had had only 1 glass of sherry. She said that the accident was quite unavoidable. They believed her, and not the child's father. You see, anyone would believe Nurse Warburton. She seemed the very essence of reliability and accuracy and careful understatement.
You weren't in the car?
No.
Then how do you know she was lying?
No, the whole thing was very freely discussed by Richard. After they came back from the inquest, he said, "Bravo, Warby, jolly good show. You've probably got me off quite a long jail sentence." And she said, "You don't deserve it, Mr. Warwick. You know you were driving much too fast. It's a shame about that poor child." And then Richard said, "Oh, forget it. What's one brat more or less in this overcrowded world?"
The more I hear about your husband, the more I'm willing to believe that what happened tonight was justifiable homicide rather than murder. Now then, the child's father, is he still living in Norfolk?
No. No, he was only over here for a visit. To his, wife's relations, I think. He came from Canada.
Canada? Well, that's a nice long way away. It would take time to chase up. I think there are possibilities there. Got any newspapers about it?
Newspapers?
Uh-huh.
There are some old ones in the cupboard here, kept for fires. Here.
Fine. Just what we want.
What are you going to do?
Manufacture evidence.
Suppose the police find this man.
If he still lives in Canada, it'll take a bit of doing. And by the time they do find him, he'll have an alibi all right.
I don't like it.
My dear girl, you can't afford to be choosy. Now, what was the man's name?
Mac something. MacLeod, McRae. I can't remember.
Well, if you can't remember, you can't. We shall have to manage with that. You don't remember the date or anything useful like that?
Oh, I can tell you the date. It was May the 15th.
How on earth can you remember that?
Because it happened on my birthday.
Ah, I see. Yes, well, that solves one little problem. At any rate, we've got one piece of luck. This paper is dated the 15th.
Mm-hmm. November the 15th.
Yes, but it's the numbers that are awkward. Capital M. Now an A and a Y.
What are you doing?
Have you got any paste?
On the desk.
How to be a criminal in one easy lesson. And here's a plain block of writing paper, the kind sold all over England. Now, watch this. May 15, paid, in full. I stick the letters on the paper. Tricky with gloves. And then tuck it neatly into the jacket pocket. So.
Oh, give it to me. Give it to me, please. It's my lighter.
All right, it's your lighter. There's nothing to get upset about. You're not losing your nerve, are you?
No. I just can't think.
You don't have to think. You've just got to obey orders. Now, have you got a furnace of any kind in the house?
There's the hot water boiler.
Good. Now, the first thing you do is to go into the kitchen and put the rest of this newspaper in the boiler. Then you go upstairs, get out of your clothes and into a dressing gown or negligee or what have you. Have you got any aspirin?
Yes.
Right. Well, empty the bottle down the loo, then go along to someone, your mother-in-law or Miss Bennett, and say you've got a headache and want some aspirin. Then, while you're with whoever it is, leave the door open, by the way. You'll hear the shot.
The shot?
Yes, I'll attend to that. Now, when you hear it, register alarm and bring Miss Bennett and anyone else you can collect down here. Your story is that you don't know anything. You went to bed, you woke up with a violent headache, you went along for aspirin, and that is all you know. Understand?
Yes.
Then go along and do your stuff.
You oughtn't to do this. You shouldn't get involved.
Now, don't let's have any of that. Everyone has their own form of, what do we call it just now? Fun and games. Can you do what I've told you?
Yes.
Right. Oh, good. You've got a watch. What time do you make it?
Just after 10 to 12.
Right. I'll allow you 4 minutes. 4 minutes to go along to the kitchen, pop that in the boiler, go upstairs, out of your things, and along to Miss Bennett. Do you think you can do that? Laura?
Yes.
Now then, at 5 minutes to midnight exactly, you'll hear the shot. Off you go. You're not going to let me down, are you?
No.
Good.
Sergeant Cadwallader, season of mists and mellow fruitfulness, close bosom friend of the maturing sun.
What? Keats?
Oh, really?
Oh, you'd hardly credit the fine day it is when you think of the terrible time we had getting here last night. Worst fog I've known in years. No wonder the accidents piled up the way they did on the Cardiff road.
Have the fingerprint boys finished their job yet?
Oh, yes, sir. I've got them all ready here for you.
Oh. No trouble from the household about taking the prints?
No trouble whatever. Most obliging they were. Anxious to help, as you might say.
Right, now let's see. Mr. Warwick, that's the deceased. Mrs. Laura Warwick, Mrs. Warwick Sr., young Jan Warwick, Miss Bennett, and, who's this, Angle?
No, Angel, sir.
Oh, Angel. Oh, yes. That's the male nurse attendant, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And 2 other sets. Well, one will be Michael Starkweather's. He gave Mrs. Warwick brandy and he carried the gun in from the garden.
Mr. Starkweather.
Oh, You don't like him?
Well, what's he doing here? That's what I'd like to know. Running his car in a ditch and coming up to a house where there's been a murder done.
Oh, you nearly ran our car into the ditch last night, coming up to a house where there'd been a murder done.
Yes, well, that's different.
And as to what he's doing, he's been here for the last week looking round for a small house or cottage. Seems he had a Welsh grandmother. Used to come up here for holidays when he was a boy.
Oh, well, now, if he had a Welsh grandmother, that's a different matter, isn't it?
Ah. Yes, we ought to get the report on him from Abadan any moment. Now, about this second set of unidentified prints. The print of a man's hand flat on the table by the body, and blurred impressions on the outside and inside of the French windows.
Well, McGregor?
Yeah, could be. But they weren't on the revolver. Well, you'd say any man would have sense enough to wear gloves.
An unbalanced fellow like McGregor wouldn't think of a thing like that.
I wonder.
Oh, well, it could have been a guest in the house.
Well, I understand from Mrs. Warwick there were no visitors to the house yesterday. That manservant might tell us more. Ask him to come in. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Henry Angel.
Inspector would like a few words here.
Henry Angel?
Yes, sir.
Sit down, will you?
Oh, thank you.
Now then, you've been nurse attendant and valet to Mr. Richard Warwick for how long?
3.5 years, sir.
Yeah. Do you like the job?
I find it quite satisfactory, sir.
What was Mr. Warwick like to work for?
Difficult.
But there were advantages?
Yes, sir. I was extremely well paid.
Which made up for other disadvantages.
Yes, sir. I am trying to accumulate a little nest egg.
Ah, I see. What's all this about guns and revolvers and shooting at animals?
It was Mr. Warwick's hobby, sir. What we call in the profession a compensation.
Huh?
He'd been what they term a big game hunter, I understand.
What was the good of his having a gun last night with that fog?
It was just a habit, sir. He was used to it, as you might say.
When did you last see him?
About 9:45, sir. He had brandy and a glass by his side and the pistol of his choice. I arranged the rug for him and wished him good night.
Didn't he go to bed?
He always slept in his chair. At 6 a.m, I would bring him tea, and then I would wheel him into his bedroom for a bath, a shave, and so on. He then usually slept until lunchtime. He was rather an eccentric gentleman.
Mm-hmm. And this window was shut when you left him?
Yes, sir. There was a lot of fog about.
Was it locked?
No, sir. That window was never locked.
I see. You didn't hear a shot last night?
No, sir.
Oh, isn't that rather remarkable?
My room is some distance away, along a passage through a baize door.
Wasn't that rather awkward in case your master wished to summon you?
Oh, no, sir. He had a bell that rang in my room. A very shrill bell, sir.
Did you not hear anything?
Sergeant Cadwallader speaking. Oh, yes, indeed. It's Norwich, sir.
Oh, thank you, Sergeant. Excuse me a moment, Mr. Angel.
By all means.
That you, Emerson?
Will that be
Thomas
all?
here?
No, if you wouldn't mind hanging on, I'm sure the inspector...
Got
has
it?
a few
Right.
questions. Very well.
Yes? Calgary? Yes? The aunt? When did she die? Oh, 2 months ago. Yes, I see. Sergeant. 1834th Street, Calgary. Thank you.
18...
Violent sort of fellow? Yes, you're sending it along. Yes, well, thank you, Edmondson. All right, thanks. Well, we've got some of the dope on McGregor. It seems that when his wife died, he travelled back from Canada to leave the child with an aunt of his wife's who lived in North Walsham, because he got a job in Alaska and couldn't take the boy. Apparently he was terribly cut up at the boy's death and went about swearing revenge on Warwick. Well, that's not uncommon after one of these accidents. Anyway, he went off back to Canada. They've got his address, and they'll send off a cable to Calgary. The aunt he was going to leave the child with died about 2 months ago. You were there at the time, I suppose, Angel. A motor accident in North Walsham, running over a boy.
Oh, yes, I remember it quite well.
Had Mr. Warwick been drinking?
I believe he had had a glass of sherry, sir.
Well, I think that'll do for now.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, by the way, were there any visitors to the house yesterday? Yesterday evening in particular?
Not that I can recall at the moment.
Well, thank you for your help, Mr. Angel.
If you ask me, that fellow's a nasty bit of goods. Nothing you can put your finger on, mind. I don't like him.
I quite agree.
I wonder if he knows something he hasn't told us about last night. What's this? 'Tis misty in November, but seldom in December. Keats?
No. Cadwallader.
I might have guessed.
Inspector, Mrs. Warwick is very anxious to see you. She's fussing a little. I mean Mrs. Warwick Senior, Richard's mother.
Oh, certainly. Ask her to come in, Miss Bennett.
It's all right, Mrs. Warwick. You can go in now.
Thank you, Bennett.
Good morning, madam.
Tell me, Inspector, what progress are you making?
Oh, it's rather early to say that, but you can rest assured we're doing everything we can.
This man McGregor, has he been seen locally, noticed?
Inquiries have gone out about that. So far, there's been no record of a stranger.
That poor little boy. The one Richard ran over, I mean. I suppose it unhinged the man's brain, but after 2 years, it seems incredible.
Yes. It does seem a long time to wait.
But he was a Scot, of course, a McGregor, and patient, dogged people, the Scots.
Oh, that's quite true.
Your son had no preliminary warning, no threatening letter, anything of that kind?
No, I'm sure he hadn't. Richard would have said so. He would have laughed about it.
And after the accident, did your son offer any compensation to the father?
Naturally. Richard was not a mean man, but it was refused, indignantly refused, I may say.
Quite so.
I understand McGregor's wife was dead. The boy was all he had in the world. It's a tragedy.
But not your son's fault. I said not your son's fault.
I heard you.
Perhaps you don't agree.
Richard drank too much. And, of course, he'd been drinking that day.
A glass of sherry?
A glass of sherry. He'd been drinking pretty heavily. He did drink very heavily.
So you think that your son was to blame for the accident?
Well, of course he was. I've never had the least doubt of it.
But he was exonerated.
The Warburton woman. She was a fool and devoted to Richard. I expect he paid her pretty handsomely, too.
Do you know that?
I don't know anything. I arrive at my own conclusions. Now, I'm telling you all this now, Inspector, because what you want is the truth, isn't it? You want to be sure there's a sufficient incentive for murder. Well, in my opinion, there was. Only I didn't think that after all this time...
You didn't hear anything last night?
I'm a little deaf, you know. I didn't know anything until I heard people talking and passing my door. I came down and Jan said, Richard's been shot. Richard's been shot.
Jan is your younger son?
Not my son.
Oh?
No, I divorced my husband many years ago. He remarried. Jan is the son of the second marriage. When my husband died, the boy came here. Laura has always been very kind to him.
Yes. Now, about your son, Richard...
I loved my son, Inspector, but I was not blind to his faults, and was very largely due to the accident which crippled him.
Quite. Was his married life happy?
I haven't the least idea.
Oh.
Is there anything else you wish to know, Inspector?
No, thank you, Mrs. Warwick. I should like to talk to Miss Bennett now, if I may.
Yes, she's the person who can help you most. She's so practical and efficient.
Has she been with you a long time?
Oh, yes, for years. She looked after Jan when he was little. She helped with Richard, too. She looked after all of us. A very faithful person, Benny.
Ah, good. Well, thank you, Mrs. Warwick. Would you mind showing in Miss Bennett now?
Oh, yes. Very well, Inspector.
Drinking, man, huh? Well, I've heard that said of him. And all those pistols and air guns and rifles, a little queer in the head, if you ask me.
Could be.
Yes. You want to ask me some questions? I've got a good deal to do this morning.
Oh, yes, Miss Bennett. I just wanted to hear your account of the car accident with the child in Norfolk.
Well?
Did it happen because Mr. Warwick had been drinking?
Oh, I suppose his mother told you that. Well, you mustn't go by all she says. She's got a prejudice against drink. Richard's father drank.
You think, then, that Richard Warwick's account was true?
I don't see why it shouldn't have been the truth. Nurse Warburton corroborated him.
And her word was to be relied upon?
I should hope so. People don't go around telling lies about that sort of thing, do they?
Oh, don't they indeed? The way they talk sometimes, you'd think that not only were they within the speed limit, but that they'd got into reverse at the time.
Thank you, Sergeant. And what I am getting at is this, Miss Bennett. In the grief and stress of the moment, a man might easily threaten revenge for an accident that had killed his child. But on reflection, if things were as stated, he would surely have realized that the accident was not Richard Warwick's fault.
Oh, yes. I see what you mean.
But if, on the other hand, there had been furious driving, if the car had been out of control...
Did Laura tell you that?
What makes you think she told me?
Don't know. I just wondered. Is that all? I'm very busy this morning.
Oh, yes, I'm sure. I'd like to have a word with Jan next, if I may.
Why can't you find this man McGregor and question him? He can't have got far.
Oh, we'll find him, don't you worry.
I hope you will. Revenge. It's not Christian.
Oh, especially when the accident was not Mr. Warwick's fault and could not have been avoided.
Exactly.
I'd like to speak to Jan, please. Sergeant?
Oh, at once, sir.
You're not to worry him. He's very easily unsettled. He gets excited, temperamental.
Oh, you needn't worry, Miss Bennett, I assure you. We quite understand the position.
Do you want me? Have you caught him yet? Will there be blood on his clothes?
Jan, you must behave yourself. Just answer what you're asked.
Oh, yes, I will. But can't I ask any questions?
Of course you can ask questions. Thank you, Miss Bennett.
Oh, all right. All right, I'm going.
How then, Jan Bach? I don't suppose you've ever been in close contact with a murder before?
No, I haven't. It's very exciting, isn't it? Have you got any clues? Fingerprints or bloodstains?
Oh, you seem very interested in blood.
Oh, I am. I like blood.
Oh.
Richard shot things, you know, and then they used to bleed. It's really very funny, isn't it? I mean, it's funny that Richard, who was always shooting things, should have been shot himself. Don't you think that's funny?
Yes, I suppose it does have its humorous side. You're very upset that your brother's dead?
Upset? That Richard is dead? No. Why should I be?
I thought perhaps you were very fond of him.
Fond of him? Fond of Richard? Oh, no. Nobody could be fond of Richard.
I suppose his wife was fond of him.
Laura? No, I don't think so. She was always on my side.
On your side?
Yes. Yes. When Richard wanted me sent away.
Sent away?
To one of those places. You know, where they send you when you're locked up and you can't get out.
Oh.
I wouldn't like to be locked up. I'd hate to be locked up. But nobody can lock me up now, can they?
I shouldn't say so.
Not now that Richard's dead. Hello, Laura.
Am I interrupting?
No, of course not, Mrs. Warwick.
Is Jan...
I was about to ask him if he remembers anything about that accident of the boy in Norfolk, the McGregor boy.
Do you remember, Jan?
Of course I remember. I remember everything.
And what do you know about the accident, Mrs. Warwick? Was it discussed at luncheon that day after the inquest?
I don't remember.
Oh, yes, Laura. Richard said one brat more or less in the world didn't make any difference.
Please.
It's quite all right, Mrs. Warwick. It is important, you know, that we get at the truth of that accident.
If I had an enemy, that's what I'd do. Wait a long time, and then I'd come creeping along in the dark with my gun, and then bang, bang, bang!
Be quiet, Jan.
Oh, Laura, are you angry with me?
No, darling, I'm not angry, but don't get excited.
I'm not excited.
Who's there?
Sounds like Mr. Starkweather.
Look here, I can't spend all day kicking my heels in the police station. I've got things to do. I've got 2 appointments with a house agent today. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Warwick. I'm so sorry.
Good morning.
Mr. Starkweather, last night, did you lay your hand on this table and subsequently push the window open?
Don't know. May have done, can't remember.
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. Here are Mr. Starkweather's prints, sir. The constable brought them, and the ballistics report.
Ah, good. Let's see. Well, the bullet that killed Richard Warwick definitely came from this gun. As to the fingerprints, we'll soon see. Sergeant?
You've just come back from Aberdan, haven't you? What's Aberdan like?
Hot.
Oh.
How are you today, Mrs. Warwick? Feeling better?
Oh, yes, thank you. I've got over the shock now.
Good.
Well, this seems to settle it. They're not your prints.
Huh? What's that?
Your prints are on the window, decanter, glass, and cigarette lighter. The prints on the table are not yours. Oh, that settles it then. Since there were no visitors here last night?
No.
They must be McGregor's.
McGregor's?
You sound surprised.
Yes, I am rather. I mean, I should have expected him to have worn gloves.
He handled a revolver with gloves.
And was there any quarrel, Mrs. Warwick? Or was nothing heard but the shot?
Benny and I, we just heard the shot.
Julian! Julian!
Laura, I've just heard... Oh, I was terribly sorry. Oh, good morning, Major Farrer. This is an extraordinary business. Poor Richard.
It is exciting, isn't it?
Huh? Yes, of course it's exciting. Oh, Major, this is Mr. Starkweather. Major Farrer, who may be our next Member of Parliament. He's contesting the by-election. How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Starkweather actually saw the murderer leaving last night.
Yes, I'd run my car into a ditch. I was coming up to the house to see if I could telephone and get some help.
Which way did this man go?
No idea. Vanished into the mist like a conjuring trick.
You told Richard someone would shoot him one day, didn't you, Julian?
Did I? I don't remember.
Oh, yes, you did. At dinner. You know, you and Richard were having a sort of argument. You said, one of these days, Richard, somebody will put a bullet through your head.
A remarkable prophecy.
Oh, well, Richard and his guns were pretty fair nuisance value, you know. People didn't like it. Yes.
Well, I wish I'd come over here last night. I meant to.
But that awful fog, you couldn't come out in that.
No, I had my committee members over to dine with me. Has anyone got a match? I seem to have mislaid my lighter.
Ah, here we are.
Oh, there it is. Couldn't imagine where I'd left it.
Julian.
Yes, I'm most awfully sorry about all this, Laura. If there's anything I can do...
Yes, I know.
Do you mind if I smoke too?
Of course not.
Mind if I borrow your lighter, Major Farrer?
Of course not. Here it is.
Ah. Nice lighter, this.
Yes, it works better than most.
Rather distinctive. Thank you.
Richard has lots of guns and air guns. Would you like to see them, Inspector? They're in Richard's bedroom through there.
Oh, all right, you show them to us. You know you're helping us a lot.
Yeah, we ought to take you in the force.
Yes, indeed. Oh, we don't need to keep you, Mr. Starkweather. You can get about your business now. Keep in touch with us, that's all.
All right. Well, I must go and see whether they've got my car out of the ditch yet. We didn't seem to pass it on the way here.
No, the drive comes up from the other road.
How different things look in daylight.
Julian, that lighter, I said it was mine.
To the inspector?
No, to him.
To this fella? Oh, Laura.
Be careful, he may be listening to us.
Who is he? You know him?
No, I don't know him. He had an accident with his car, and he came here last night. Just after...
It's all right, Laura. You know that I'll do everything I can.
Julian, fingerprints.
What fingerprints?
On that table. On that table there, and on the pane of glass. Are they yours? Think.
On the table? Yes, they might have been.
Oh, God, what shall we do? The police think it's this man, McGregor.
Oh, well, that's all right, then. They'll probably go on thinking so.
But suppose...
I must go. I've got an appointment. It's just all right, Laura. Don't worry. I'll see you're all right.
Oh. You off now?
Yes. Things are rather busy these days. Election coming on, you know, in a week's time.
Oh, I see. Excuse my ignorance, but what are you? Tory?
I'm a Liberal.
Oh. Are they still at it?
They are indeed at it. Goodbye, Laura.
I see. I'm beginning to see.
What do you mean?
That's the boyfriend, is it? Come on now, is it?
Since you ask, yes.
There are quite a few things you didn't tell me last night, aren't there? That's why you snatched up his lighter in such a hurry and said it was yours. And how long has it been going on between you and him?
Some time now.
But you didn't go away together?
No. There's his career, for one thing. It might ruin him politically.
Oh, surely not these days. Don't they all take adultery in their stride?
These would have been special circumstances. He was a friend of Richard's, and with Richard being a cripple...
Oh, I see. Not good publicity. Do you want to try a little experiment? Where were you standing when you shot Richard?
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the window.
Go and stand where you were standing.
I can't remember. I was upset.
Your husband said something to you. You snatched up the gun. Come on, pick it up. Pick it up. That's right. Now, you snatched it up and you shot him. Show me how you did it. Go on, shoot. It isn't loaded. I thought so. You've never fired a revolver in your life. Look, you don't even know enough to release the safety catch. You didn't shoot your husband.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Well, then why should I say I did?
Because it was Julian Farrow who shot him.
No.
Yes.
If it was Julian, why on earth should I say I did it?
Because you thought, and thought quite rightly, that I'd cover up for you. But I'm damned if I'm going to tell a pack of lies to save Major Julian Farrow's skin.
Oh, yes, you are. You'll have to. You can't back out now. You've told your story to the police. You can't change it.
What?
Whatever you know or think, you've got to stick to your story. You're an accessory after the fact. You said so yourself.
Well, I'm damned. You little bitch.
Oh, I'm sorry I've kept you waiting, Julian.
Why do you send for me, Laura?
I've been expecting you all day.
I've been up to my ears ever since this morning. And in any case, don't you see, Laura, that it's much better we shouldn't meet?
There are things we've got to discuss.
Do you know that Angel is setting out to blackmail me?
Angel is?
Yes. He obviously knows about us, and he knows, or pretends to know, that I was here last night.
Oh, God, how awful. What are we going to do?
I'll have to think carefully. Either bluff it out, say he's lying, that I never left home yesterday evening, and then...
But there are the fingerprints.
What fingerprints?
You've forgotten the fingerprints on the table. The police have been thinking that they're McGregor's, but if Angel goes to them with this story, they'll ask to take your fingerprints, and then...
Yes, I see. All right, then. I'll have to admit that I came over here and tell some story. Yes, I came over to see Richard about something, and we talked...
You can say he was perfectly all right when you left him.
Oh, how easy you make it sound.
One has to say something.
What on earth made you think of cooking up that paper and putting it on Richard's body? Weren't you taking a terrific chance?
Yes. No, I don't know.
So damn cold-blooded.
He had to think of something. I couldn't think. It was really Michael's idea.
Michael?
Michael Starkweather.
You mean he helped you?
Yes. That's why I wanted to see you, to explain to you.
What's Michael Starkweather doing in all this?
He came in and found me in the study. I'd got the gun in my hand and...
God. And somehow you persuaded him to...
I think he persuaded me. Oh, Julian.
Now, look, I've told you. I'll do anything I can. Don't think I won't, but...
You've changed.
I can't feel the same. After what's happened, I can't feel the same.
I can. At least I think I can. No matter what you'd done, I'd always feel the same.
All the same, Laura. Murder is...
I shall try never to think of it. And it wasn't premeditated, Julian. It was just an impulse.
No need to go back over it all. We've got to think now what we've got to do.
I know.
If it comes to it, Laura, I'll take the blame.
I don't want you to. I don't want you to.
You mustn't think that I don't understand how it happened. You picked up the gun, shot him without really knowing what you were doing, and then...
Are you trying to make me say I killed him?
Not at all. I've told you. I'm prepared to take the blame if it comes to it.
But you said...
Listen.
You knew how it happened.
I don't think you did it deliberately. I know quite well that you only shot him because...
I shot him? Are you really pretending to believe that I shot him?
For God's sake, let's be honest with each other.
I didn't shoot him, and you know it.
Well, then who did? Laura, are you trying to say that I shot him?
I heard the shot. And your footsteps on the path going away. I came down, and there he was, dead.
I didn't shoot him. I came over here to see him, to tell him that after the election we'd got to come to some arrangement about a divorce. I heard a shot just before I got here. I just thought it was Richard up to his tricks, as usual. I came into the study, and there he was, dead.
I don't understand.
It could have been suicide.
No, because there would have been...
Laura, now Richard's dead, his pistols and guns belong to me, don't they? I mean, I'm his brother. I'm the next man in the family.
Now, Jan.
Benny won't let me have them. She treats me like a child, but I'm not a child. I'm a man, 13 nearly. I'm going to do what Richard did. I'm going to shoot squirrels and birds and cats. I might shoot people if I don't like them.
Listen, Jan, darling, it's a very worrying time for all of us, and Richard's things don't belong to anybody until the lawyers have come and read his will and granted what they call probate. Until then, we all have to wait and see. Do you understand?
I understand what you tell me, Laura. I love you, Laura. I love you very much.
Yes, dear, I love you.
You're glad Richard's dead, aren't you?
No, I'm not glad.
Oh, yes, you are. Now you can marry Julian. Yeah? Oh, silly old Benny.
Now, do be nice to Benny. She's having such a lot of trouble and worry over all this. You must help her, Jan. You're the man of the family now.
All right, all right. For your sake, Laura. Benny? Benny?
I'd no idea he knew about us.
That's the trouble with people like Jan. They never know how much or how little they do know. He gets rather easily out of hand, doesn't he?
He gets easily excited, yes. But now that Richard isn't here to tease him, he'll calm down.
Good afternoon.
Oh. Good afternoon.
Oh, how's everything? Bright and cheerful? I see. Two's company, three's none.
Oh, please don't.
As a matter of fact, I've come for 2 reasons. First, to say goodbye. My character's been cleared. High-level cables from Abadan saying what a fine, upright fellow I am. So, I'm free to depart.
Oh, I'm sorry you're going so soon.
That's nice of you, considering the way I butted into your family murder. But I came in by the garden for another reason. The police brought me up in their car. And although they're being very tight-lipped about it, it's my belief there's something up. They're in the study now. Doubtless you'll hear all about it. Shall we join them?
Do I understand that you have further questions to ask us, Inspector Thomas?
Yes, Mrs. Warwick?
You still have no news of this man, McGregor?
On the contrary.
He's been found?
Yes.
Oh, really? You've arrested him?
That would be impossible, Miss Bennet.
Impossible? Why?
Because he's dead.
What? Dead?
John McGregor died in Alaska over 2 years ago, not very long after he returned to Canada from England.
Dead?
That makes a difference, doesn't it? It wasn't John McGregor who put that revenge note on the dead body of Mr. Warwick. But it's clear, isn't it, that it was put there by someone who knew all about McGregor and the accident in Norfolk, which ties it in very definitely with someone in this house.
No. It could have been...
Yes, Miss Bennet?
Nothing.
Before you get busy with routine, Inspector, there's something I must mention. Mrs. Warwick has just told me that there are some fingerprints you're anxious to identify. On this table, I think you said. In all probability, Inspector, they're mine.
You were over here last night, Major Farrar?
Yes, I came over, as I often do after dinner, to have a chat with Richard.
And you found him...
very moody and depressed, so I didn't stay long.
What time was this, Major Farrar?
I really can't remember. 10:30, thereabouts.
There was no quarrel, hard words?
Certainly not. Excuse me, Inspector. I'm late. I've got to take the chair at the town hall, if you don't mind.
Ah, yes, of course. Mustn't keep the town hall waiting. But I'm sure you'll understand, Major Farrar, that I should like a full statement from you of your movements last night. Tomorrow morning, perhaps?
I understand. Perfectly. Shall we say 10 o'clock tomorrow morning? And my solicitor will be present?
So, Mrs. Warwick, did you see Major Farrar when he came here last night?
I don't think Mrs. Warwick feels like answering any questions just now.
Indeed, Mr. Starkweather. And what business is it of yours?
Mr. Starkweather is quite right.
I don't want to answer any questions.
Very well. Then I shall come back later.
But I must speak. Tell them.
Mr. Starkweather is right, Laura. The less you say now, the better. We must get in touch with Mr. Adams at once.
Mr. Adams?
Our solicitor. Oh. Ring him up now, Benny. Use the extension upstairs.
Right.
Laura, go with her. I want to talk to Mr. Starkweather.
Yes, but...
Now, don't worry, my dear.
Come along, Laura. Mr. Adams will help us to sort things out, my dear.
I don't know how much time we have. I want you to help me, Mr. Starkweather. Now, there are 2 people who definitely could not have shot my son. His wife and Miss Bennet. They were actually together when the shot was fired.
Right.
But though Laura couldn't have shot her husband, she could have known who did.
Accessory before the fact? She and Julian Farrar in it together, is that what you mean?
It's not what I mean. Julian Farrar didn't shoot my son.
How can you possibly know that?
I do know it. I'm going to tell you, a stranger, what none of my family knows. I am a woman who has not very long to live.
I'm sorry.
I loved my son very dearly, Mr. Starkweather. He had many fine qualities. But because he'd been hurt himself, he had an enormous desire to hurt others. So others began to suffer because of him. Do you understand me?
I think so, yes.
No, I'm very fond of my daughter-in-law. I don't know whether she was ever really in love with Richard, but I tell you this. She did everything a wife could do to make his illness and inaction bearable. But he would have none of her help. He rejected it. I think at times he hated her. So when I tell you that the inevitable happened, I think you will understand what I mean. Laura fell in love with another man, and he with her.
So?
So, there came a time when it seemed that only one thing would solve all the difficulties. Richard's death.
And so, conveniently, Richard died?
Yes.
Excuse me putting this bluntly, Mrs. Warwick, but are you confessing to murder?
I'm not confessing to anything. I'm merely putting before you a certain point of view. An emergency might arise when I was no longer here to deal with it. And in the event of such a thing happening, I want you to take this. You see to whom it is addressed?
The Chief Constable, yes, but I'm not at all clear what's really in your mind. Either you committed this murder yourself, or you know who did commit it. That's right, isn't it?
I don't propose to discuss the matter. Thank you for listening, Mr. Starkweather. You've been very kind.
Well, I'm damned. What a woman.
Where's the inspector?
Hmm?
Michael, you must listen to me. Julian didn't kill Richard.
Indeed. Did he tell you so?
You don't believe me, but it's true. You see, he thought I'd killed Richard.
That's not exactly surprising. I thought so too, didn't I?
But he couldn't take it. It made him feel differently towards me.
Whereas when you thought he'd killed Richard, you took it in your stride without turning a hair. Women are wonderful. What made Julian come out with the damaging fact that he was here last night? Don't tell me it was simple love of truth.
It was Angel. He saw, or says he saw, Julian here.
Ah, I thought I got a whiff of blackmail. Not a nice fellow, Angel.
He says he saw Julian just after the shot was fired. Oh, I'm frightened. It's all closing in. I'm frightened.
Mr. Starkweather, Laura, go next door with the inspector.
Yes, if you will.
Well.
Quickly. Now, come in, Jan. Don't tease me any more. Come in. Come in.
Benny?
How did you get hold of that?
Thought you were so clever, didn't you, Benny, locking up all Richard's guns in the cupboard. But I found a key. I've got a gun now, just like Richard. I'm going to shoot things.
Jan, please.
Be careful, Benny. I might shoot you.
Oh, you wouldn't do a thing like that, Jan. I know you wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't.
It's not as though you were just a careless boy. You're a man now, aren't you?
Yes, I'm a man. Now Richard's dead, I'm the only man in the house.
That's why I know you wouldn't shoot me. You only shoot an enemy.
That's right.
But you like killing things, don't you, Jan?
It's exciting to kill things.
You didn't want Richard to have you sent away, did you?
He said he would. He was a beast.
You said to him once that you'd kill him if he was going to send you away.
Did I?
But you didn't kill him.
Who says so? Perhaps I did.
Oh, no. It wouldn't be you. You're only a boy. You wouldn't have dared.
You think I wouldn't have dared? Is that what you think?
Of course you wouldn't have dared to kill Richard. You'd have to be very brave and grown up to do that.
You don't know everything, Benny. I'm much cleverer than you are. I know things you don't know.
Have you got some big secret now?
Big secret? Big secret? You'd be frightened if you knew.
Would I? Would I be frightened?
Nobody knows anything about me, really, or the things I can do. Silly old Richard, sitting there and shooting at silly old birds. He didn't think anyone would shoot him, did he?
No, that was his mistake.
Yes, that was his mistake. He thought he could send me away, didn't he? I showed him.
Did you? How did you show him?
Shan't tell you.
Perhaps I can guess what you did, but I won't say. It'll be just your secret, won't it?
Yes, it's my secret. Nobody knows what I'm like. I'm dangerous.
Richard didn't know how dangerous you were. He must have been surprised.
He was. He was surprised. His face went all silly. And then his head dropped down when it was done. And there was blood. And he didn't move anymore. I showed him. He won't send me away now.
Give me the gun, Jan.
Oh, no, you don't. Nobody's going to take my gun away from me. If the police come and try and arrest me, I shall shoot them.
Oh, there's no need to do that. No need at all. You're clever. You're so clever that they will never suspect.
Silly old police! Silly old police! Silly old Richard!
After him, Sergeant, quick.
Right then. Now then, John, come back here.
There, Miss Fenwick, you mustn't take on so. You did very well.
Oh, I've known all along. You see, I know better what Jan is like than anyone else. And I knew Richard was driving him too far, and I've known for some time that Jan was getting dangerous.
Jan. Oh, no, not Jan. I can't believe it.
How could you, Benny? How could you? I thought at least you would be loyal.
There are times when truth is more important than loyalty. Oh. You didn't see, any of you, what was happening. He's a dear boy, a sweet boy, but
when they get above a certain age, then they get dangerous. I think I can take it upon myself to say that he'll be treated with humanity and consideration. It'll mean detention, but in comfortable surroundings. And that, you know, is what it would have come to soon in any case.
Yes, you're right. I'm sorry, Benny. You said that nobody knew he was dangerous. I knew. But I couldn't bring myself to do anything about it.
Somebody had to do something.
Sir!
What's happened, man?
Oh, it's terrible what I've got to tell you.
Oh, God, man, your hand!
He shot at me up there on the edge of the spinney. Shot at me twice, and the second time when he got me in the hand. I tried to get the gun away from him, but, well, I was hampered, you see, with my hand.
Yes, what happened?
His finger was on the trigger and it went off. He's shot through the heart. He's dead.
Where is he?
I'll come with you and show you.
No, you better stay here.
No, I'm all right now. I'll do all right till we get back. Come on.
I'm more sorry than I can say, but perhaps it's all for the best.
Yes, it is for the best. He's out of it now, poor boy. Oh, come, my dear, come. This has been too much for you.
Oh, dear. I think I'll go and lie down.
I think you'd better have this envelope back, Mrs. Warwick.
Oh, yes. There's no need for that now.
Come
on. May I say how sorry I am, madam? If there is anything
We shall need no more help from you, Angel. You shall have a cheque for your wages, and I should like you out of the house today.
Very well, madam. Thank you, madam.
No prosecution for blackmail?
No.
Pity. Well, I suppose I'd better be going. I'll say goodbye. Don't be too upset.
I am upset.
Because you love the boy?
Yes. And because it's my fault. You see, Richard was right. He should have been sent away somewhere, shut up where he couldn't do any harm. It was I who wouldn't have that. So really it was my fault that Richard was killed.
Come on, Laura, don't let's sentimentalise. Richard was killed because he asked for it. What you've got to do now is to be happy ever after, as the stories say.
With Julian? I wonder. You see, it isn't the same now.
Between Farrer and you?
Yes. Ever since... you know.
Men are rarely sensitive sex. Women are tough. If a man's committed a murder for a woman, it probably enhances his value in her eyes. A man feels differently.
You didn't feel that way.
Hmm?
When you thought I'd shot Richard, you helped me.
Oh, that was different. I had to help you.
Why did you have to help me?
I still want to help you.
Don't you see we're back where we started? In a way, it was I who killed Richard because of being so obstinate about Jan.
That's what's eating you, really, isn't it? Finding out that it was Jan who shot Richard. But it needn't be true, you know. You needn't think it unless you like.
How can you say such a thing? I heard. We all heard. He admitted it. He boasted
Oh,
of it.
yes, I know all about that. But how much do you know about the power of suggestion? Your Benny played him up very carefully, got him worked up, and the boy was suggestible. Benny dangled the bait in front of him, and he took it. He'd shot Richard, and he was a hero. But you don't know, none of us really know, whether what he said was true.
But he shot at the sergeant.
Oh, yes, he's a potential killer, all right. It's quite likely he shot Richard. But you can't say for sure he did. It might have been Benny, or Mrs. Warwick, or even your boyfriend Julian, afterwards pretending that he thought you'd done it, a clever move which took you in completely.
You don't believe what you're saying. You're only trying to console me.
My dear girl, anyone might have shot Richard. Even MacGregor.
MacGregor? But MacGregor's dead.
Of course he's dead. He'd have to be. Look here. I can put up a very pretty case for MacGregor having been the killer. Say he decided to kill Richard as revenge. What does he do? Well, first thing is he has to get rid of his own personality. Well, it wouldn't be difficult to arrange for a death in some remote part of Alaska. Then he changes his name, and he starts building up a new personality for himself in some other country, some other job.
Go on.
He keeps tabs on what's going on over here, and when he knows that you've left Norfolk and come to this part of the world, he lays his plans. He shaves his beard, dyes his hair, and all that sort of thing, of course, and then, on a misty night, he comes here. Now, let's say it goes like this. Let's say MacGregor says, I've got a gun, and so have you. I'll count 3 and we both fire. I've come to get you for the death of my boy. You know, I don't think your husband was quite the fine sporting fellow you think he was. I have an idea he mightn't have waited for 3. You say he was a damn good shot, but this time he missed. And the bullet went out into the garden, where there are a good many other bullets. But MacGregor doesn't miss. He shoots and kills. Drops his own gun by the body, takes Richard's, goes out of the window, and presently he comes back.
Comes back? Why?
Well, suppose he has an accident and can't get away from here. What can he do? Only one thing. Come up to the house and discover the body.
You speak as though you know just what happened.
Of course I know. Don't you understand? I'm MacGregor.
You?
Goodbye, Laura.
Wait, come back. Come back. Oh, Michael, come back.
In Agatha Christie's The Unexpected Guest, Laura Warwick was played by Gilly Mears, Michael Starkweather by Alexander John, Miss Bennet, Diana Bishop, Jan Warwick, Elizabeth Lindsay, Mrs. Warwick, Margot Boyd, Henry Angel, Anthony Hyde, Sergeant Cadwallader, Sean Probert, Inspector Thomas, Michael Spice, and Julian Farrer, Sean Arnold.
Glasgow's finest are on the case in these thrilling radio adaptations, based on the books by Peter Turnbull. A wealthy couple disappears and the police believe they have been murdered. But where are the bodies? Stars Jake Darcy.
Roger that, Mike November Tango. Your code 41 acknowledged.
P Division, code 41. P Division, code 41.
The Ladder by Peter Turnbull. Dramatised by Stephen Mulrine. The Ladder.
Well, what do you think, Ray?
I think we could open a window for a start. Let some heat in.
It is cold, isn't it?
Yeah.
Clinical.
In normal circumstances, I'd be admiring that lawn. Perfect green strides, but here...
I know. Now, my guess is that we're looking at a double murder.
Not missing persons? I mean, it could be some last-minute deal. 14 days in Tenerife, bring your own life to it.
Not these people. Not with that lawn. And a house full of clocks, all spot on BST. Now, I know policemen aren't supposed to listen to voices, Ray, but I'm feeling murder in this place.
Yeah, me too, sir. Think it's the sun?
What, going for our brains? No, you mean Paolo? Yes, I'd think so. He's in his 20s, isn't he? That'd make them about 40 when he was born.
I believe he was adopted, at least according to the housekeeper. He reckons they got him when he was about 5.
You've interviewed this housekeeper?
Yes, sir. He lives in a cottage in Dunlop, and there's a gardener and a cleaning lady. They live off the premises as well. The Giaconellis are very private people.
Yes, obviously. So when were they last seen?
Thursdays so far. The cleaning lady comes on Thursdays and Mondays, and she couldn't get access this morning. So she phones Paolo, he turns up and finds all the doors and windows locked and calls the police. Tango Delta Foxtrot attended and got the son's permission to force entry.
And found nothing?
Just as you see, sir. The owner and his wife absent, doors all locked from the inside, nothing disturbed, apparently nothing missing.
Except the Giaconellis. Anything else?
Mr. Giaconelli's wallet still in his pocket and his wife's handbag downstairs on the settee in the drawing room. I think it smells like 2-day-old fish.
Close up that window, Ray, and we'll go outside. I don't think I can light my pipe in here. Apart from procedure, it's giving me the creeps. I wonder which room he did it in.
Well, he's got plenty to choose from. And if he did it on Thursday, 3 full days to tidy up afterwards.
I take it he'll be in line to inherit all this and the business, plus whatever's in the bank and the inevitable holiday home, etc.
Aye, not bad, sir, at 20-something.
Uh-huh. He's your prime suspect, Ray?
He'll do for now, sir.
That's us ready to begin the sweep, sir. Good. I'm not sure what you're looking for, but you'll know it when you see it. Once you've swept the grounds, have a look at the house. Start in the cellar and work up. Every room, every cupboard till you reach the rafters. You know the drill. Very good, sir. Right, lads. Let's get started. It's like the Mary Celeste, that house. What are their names again, these two?
Giaconelli, sir. Giulio and Rona. He's second-generation Italian. Both came from Paisley. Paisley buddies and proud of it. Made his pile in the restaurant business. Chain of eateries. Not ultra-classy, but good enough for an expensive camp dinner. Well, so I gather from the cleaning lady. She's back home now, but I've sent WPC Willems to interview her, if that's all right, sir.
Oh, of course, sir. So you think Giaconelli's well enough set up? Hasn't been dipping his fingers?
Not as far as we know.
All right, Ray. Time to quiz people.
$20. I've kept house for Mr. and Mrs. Giaconelli for 20 years. Started just before Paolo came.
That's their son?
Actually, it wasn't called Paolo then. It's some daft name that reminded me of cowboy films. Shane, that was it. They changed it once the adoption was finalised. He was a right wee Turk. Came out of Fergusley Park. What they call Figi, I believe. I mind him walking into the house and looking up at the staircase and asking, how many folk live up there? They thought it was funny. Sugar?
Just milk, thank you.
Aye, he was wild right enough. I've never believed in hitting wains, but a scalp wouldn't have gone amiss with him. Aye, I knew he'd turn out for the bad, but I never thought he'd do this.
Do what, Mrs. Fulton?
Well, he's done away with them, hasn't he?
What makes you say that?
Oh, aye. You're wise to play your cards close to your chest. I know that. I'm maybe only a wee cleaning woman, but I've got eyes and ears. I've heard and seen plenty over the years, and this chest of mine's had enough pain for 10 lifetimes, let me tell you. I buried my parents. Well, you expect to do that. I've buried my man. I've had to bury my son and daughter-in-law as well, and my wee grandson. That's sore. You can believe that.
Sure I do, Mrs.
A motor accident.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Aye, money hasn't come easy either down the years. I've got my possessions, my furniture. You need your own things round you. And I've got my sideboard still and my dining room suite and my wedding china.
You have a lovely home, Mrs. Fulton.
Aye. I wouldn't care to ask you into my bedroom. It's a wee bit Spartan. The cottage itself's not mine. A private factor. The rent's fair, I suppose. But it'll be repossessed when I'm away. Anyway, what I wanted to say. You see, all those years ago, when Mr. and Mrs. Giaconelli dug back into their roots in Paisley and took a wee boy off the streets, I had the sense then that they'd taken somebody into their house that would destroy them one way or another. You could see it in his eyes. A damaged wee lad. That hunted look. A survivor. You know what I mean? I mind seeing the same look in my man's eyes when he came back from the war. It was never right afterwards. But that Paolo was a 5-year-old, barely school age. I mean, what had he seen? Well, you never know, do you?
And the Giaconellis had no children of their own?
No, they couldn't have any. They came from Paisley. They wanted to adopt a boy from Paisley to carry it all on after them. So they got in touch with the welfare people, and that's when Paolo arrived.
So, how would you describe the relationship between Paolo and his parents?
Stormy. Aye, that about sums it up. And that was their marriage as well.
Not a happy household, then?
Far from it. I used to love coming back here to my own house after a day's work up there. Aye, they spent a small fortune on his education. Sent him to that school in Edinburgh. Fettes, is it? Didn't alter him. I thought it would knock the pudding out of him, but it didn't. He came back even more full of himself. Smooth with it. Started calling me Betty and looking down his nose at me. More tea yet? I've forgotten your name, dear.
It's Elke. Elke Willems. No, thanks.
You're not married? At least I don't see a ring.
No.
You've got someone, though.
Oh, yes?
That's good. You shouldn't leave it too late, though, especially a woman. Measure 7 times and cut once.
Sorry?
I heard that off a Russian woman once, about picking men.
Measure 7 times and cut once.
Aye.
I'll remember that.
You're a bonny-looking woman. Scandinavian, is it?
My father's Dutch. Married a Scots girl. Anyway, you were telling me about Paolo. Did he live at the house?
No. He's got a cottage, about 10 minutes away if you're driving. He's had it for about 4 years.
Rented?
No. Bought for him. Paolo wanted it, so he got it. Same as he got his air rifle so he could persecute the cats. Same as he got his hi-fi when he got up a bit.
And does he visit the house?
Oh, aye, often. When he's looking for something. Usually ends up a fight.
And what did they fight about, do you know?
Money. Always money. He can't get enough of it. Aye, the problems really started when he was 17 and came back from his posh school. It was rows on a daily basis then. A 2-seater car kept him happy for about a week. Then they eventually bought him the cottage. They found him a job in the company as well. A familiar story. His father, Mr. Giaconelli, he's had to work his way up the ladder. Paolo just flung the furniture about till he got what he wanted.
So, a house divided.
Oh, aye. That all right.
Now, you're men wasting your time, son.
Aye.
There's nothing in that scrub.
I mean, I can follow the track of a fox in this garden. If somebody had buried bodies down there, I'd know it.
I dare say. It's procedure, though, as laid down by Holmes.
Holmes? Who's Sherlock?
Home Office Local Major Inquiry System. It's a computer model. Supposed to standardize all police investigation procedures in the UK.
Right.
Whenever there's a disappearance in suspicious circumstances, Holmes comes into play. It's very specific. And in all fairness, the majority of murder victims are, well, they're concealed in their own homes, or they're buried in the garden, or encased in concrete under the floorboards, that kind of thing. So it pays to be thorough. I'm sure you're right about your garden, but we have to check it. Every inch.
Oh, well, at least you've got a fine day for it.
So you've worked here for 30 years?
Aye. Worked for a family called Kerr. Then when they sold up, the Giaconellis kept me on. It's a quiet enough life, healthy, steady wages. The Giaconellis leave me to go on with. As long as the garden was kept right. Well, of course, you can always tell when your gardener's been working.
So you didn't have a lot of direct contact with the family?
No. No, not like poor Betty Fulton there. I mean, she's in amongst us.
What do you mean?
The screaming and the shouting. I can hear it from down here.
So what happened this morning?
Well, I was here at the shed by about 8:30. Betty came down and said she couldn't get an answer at the door. That would be about 9. She thought it was funny, cars were on the drive, they hadn't said anything about going anywhere. She said she'd phoned Paolo for a call box, and when I come up, then we heard a car in the gravel. And she says that'll be Paolo. So we went up to the house. Paolo has a look at the door, says there's still a key in it. So, well, we thought they must still be inside. And I was the same with the front door as well.
Key in the lock?
Aye. So Paolo says we should call the police. Anyway, your chaps came, forced the window. And it looked like there was nothing at the place, nothing had been touched. So the police stayed. Paolo and Betty went home, and well, I come down here to sit in my stump, just as you see me. I come here when I've got things to ponder, if you know what I mean.
You got things to ponder?
Oh, I could be a job.
What do you reckon?
Oh, aye. It's what's the expression? It's sort of a character, son.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, maybe they'd go off separately, but no both of them. And no for a long weekend. It's sort of a character.
I see. Did you have much to do with the son, Paolo?
No.
You didn't like him?
No, I didn't like him when he first came, and I don't like him now. I mean, I don't know what's happened to the Giaconellis, but if it's foul play, he's at the back here, I'm telling you. I went to his garden one time. You can do mine, he says. They want the payment, or please even. I mentioned it to Mr. Giaconelli, and he just waved, you know, about the Italians do. Forget it, he says, forget it, let him do it himself. He can do one thing himself, he says. Oh, I've sure got under my skin, I'm telling you. He was down here a couple of weeks ago, asked me about weed colour. Aye, he was asking me what I was using.
And what did you tell him?
Paraquat. Tell him it was dangerous. One spoonful in a cup of water, you end up coughing your stomach out your body. And he says a common form of suicide among farm labourers.
Is that right?
It's good for murder then, he says. He was laughing. I didn't think he was joking.
He said that? It's good for murder?
Aye. Actually isn't any good at all. Tastes foul. But it's fine for suicide. Then he was down here Wednesday last day, looking for a saw. A good woodman's saw he was after. But I lent him mine, put a new blade in it for him. I use it for the roses, an old rose stem's as hard as any wood you'll find.
Oh, I know that from own experience.
I think I lent him would cut through anything.
He still got it?
No, see, he hasn't returned it. See, that was a problem with Paolo. Giaconelli's let him away with too much. I mean, if you want a healthy growth, son, you've got to do some cutting back.
There's nothing in the ground, sir. Nothing of interest in the undergrowth here that we can see.
Right, Sergeant, thank you. If you'd like to make a start in the house now.
Very good, sir. Right, lad.
It's a sad day, this. I gave my life to this garden. I've been here for me now, not my age. But then for Betty Fulton either. And yeah, I don't think we would have worked for Paolo or his brother come to that.
Why's Paolo got a brother?
No, Mr. Giaconelli's got a brother. He's a right lazy idiot. Met him once. To think he might inherit this lot. But he's sick.
Malcolm, can you hear me?
Yeah?
Listen, do you take cornflakes or what? Just coffee?
Coffee's fine.
There's a packet of disposable razors in the cabinet. You might find them a bit delicate for your stubble.
No, they'll do fine, Hen. I'll leave the one I use aside. Thanks.
I'll keep it for you, for next time, okay?
Yeah, sure. I really appreciate this. I didn't think I'd be staying the night.
You could have fooled me.
Oh?
You know what I mean. It's your manner, just the way you...
I know, it's a real handicap.
Yeah, and I should have listened to my mother. So what time do you finish work?
Oh, whenever. I'm on 2 to 10 in theory, but it depends on the situation. You think a woman's work's never done? Try the police. One of our guys last week, fairly new, finishes a night shift at 6, and he's asked to attend a situation that's just come in. Well, he volunteered, but you know what I mean. Anyway, he's on that until midday. He's told to attend the case conference. That wraps at 2, so he's doing a full extra shift. And he's back on night shift again at 10.
I get the feeling you're trying to tell me something. Will I see you after 10?
Sure. You haven't got a spare toothbrush?
You're looking pleased with yourself. I know I don't want to hear about it.
What do you take me for? I like that. Happiness is an empty pigeonhole.
Well, not for long. I think Donahue wants to see us.
How do you mean, think? Like you've just got a feeling about it?
No, you big clown. He's just buzzed through. I told him we were on our way.
Well, I'm on time. I'm not. What is it anyway?
Something down in Ayrshire. Double miss pairs. It's had everybody hopping all morning, apparently.
Right then, Richard. Let's hop.
Cheeky git.
No money problems. A bit of strain in the marriage by all accounts, but nothing out of the ordinary. However, they've been missing now since Thursday, when they were last seen. We forced entry to the house this morning. Keys still in the locks, inside the house. Montgomery, do I have your undivided attention?
Sir, of course.
Unfortunately, with you, it's not an of-course question. Anyway, we're taking this very seriously, given the circumstances. Ray Sussex and I both had an odd feeling about the house. It felt as if something had happened there. I don't know if either of you understand what I mean.
I think so, sir.
Yeah. I remember when I was about 18 or so, going to a party in some address in the West End, and walking into the close. I had this sort of weird sensation about the place. Just something's happened here, as you've said. Then a couple of days later, I was watching a schools programme on TV. It turns out this was the locus of a particularly violent murder in the 1890s or something.
Yes, well, anyway, Ray Sussex has an educated nose for these things, and when he says he can sense murder, I'll believe him.
Do we have a suspect, sir?
Yes. Prime suspect appears to be one Paolo Giaconelli, the couple's adopted son. By all accounts, spoiled rotten after they pulled him out of honest poverty. I don't want to move on him too soon now. I'd like more information about both him and the family. Plenty of time. We're only 6 hours into the investigation.
So it's still early doors, sir?
Montgomery, this is a potential homicide, not a football match.
Sir.
Anyway, I have some work for you two. D.C. King, you can interview the Giaconelli's managing director. They have an office down in the Merchant City. Just test the water, see what you can find out.
Very good, sir.
And D.C. Montgomery, you can take yourself down to Ayrshire. Paolo Giaconelli has a cottage near Dunlop. Just a wee chat with him. And don't lean on him, no leading questions, OK? If he's got half a brain, he already knows he's the #1 suspect, but just take the measure of the man. Something tells me he'll talk more easily with you than with King or D.C. Abernethy. And I'm not sure that's a compliment.
I think Giaconelli just picked a name out of a hat. Rhymed Unlimited. A bit too English for my liking. But he didn't want his own name in the letterheads or anything. Wanted the fortune, but he could do without the fame. Should, man, should.
So tell me about Rhineton.
Oh, well, what do you want to know? It's been with them for 30 years, you know. Just about. See, when I started, you already had 10 restaurants in the greater Glasgow area. Biggest and best in Paisley, of course. There's this thing about being a Paisley buddy. The Italian guy drives a red Alfa Romeo and his wife's got a pink one. They call themselves Paisley buddies. God, that kills me. So it does, kills me.
What's he like to work for?
The short answer, he's a bastard. I don't get a pension after all this, you know. Near 30 years with him, and I'm on the rock pile at 65, if I make it. Anyway, you want to know about the company. Well, the first executive decision Giaconelli made after I joined was actually to stop standardising all the premises. That sounds funny, I know, but he decided they should all look as if they're all one-off family businesses. Like, instead of rotating staff, for instance, he'd keep them all in the same place, so each restaurant would build up its own atmosphere and its own regular punters, you see.
Sounds like a smart move. Do you think we could close that window?
Sure. Oh, it was a smart move, all right. Do you know what he did then?
Surprise me.
Nothing. He did absolutely nothing. Just sat back in his arse and got very, very rich. You know, if he wasn't a human being, he'd be a weasel, or even a rat, worse. It's 30 years he's had off me, Mr. King, and it's been my effort that's turned Giaconelli's thousands into millions. He just happened to own it. And then after about 15 years, he turns the whole lot over to me. I'll give you what a school teacher gets, he says. That's how he fixed my salary. What the teachers get, I get. Only I don't get 10 weeks paid leave every year. I don't get statutory sick pay. I don't get a pension. And my salary is linked to a primary teacher's, by the way, not secondary.
You sound like an angry man, Mr. Yule.
You're kidding. Anyway, it's a job. Giaconelli's gone. Paolo will take over, and that's me. Whole thing will fold in 18 months, maybe. I'm 55 years old. I've got 3 daughters at the university, for God's sake. And that pal's got no nose. He's got no, what's the word? Acumen. Yes, acumen. Look, I want employment just until my daughters are off my hands. After that, I can go back to peaches and jam if I have to.
So what about Paolo?
Why, weasel number 2. It's been coming in here the past few weeks, you know, looking at the books.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. Getting very interested in the size of Daddy's empire. His young Paolo. Want to know what it's all worth. What he's in line for.
So how much is it worth?
Oh, depends how you look at it. Paolo is worth nothing. He'll die in poverty, same as he came for. But tried him at work here, you know. Did more harm than good. We ended up paying him to stay out the road. And I hear he'll wind up like Giaconelli's brother.
Didn't know Giaconelli had a brother.
Aye, twin, would you believe? Stayed and governed somewhere. May as well have been another planet. Name's Giuseppe. Well, it looks like his brother, but that's where the resemblance ends. Lazy. I mean, really bone idle, that man. Doesn't stop him thinking as the whole cheese, though.
You don't like him either, then?
No, tell you the truth. Though I'd rather see him in the business than Paolo. Oh, I can just hear that, you know. Can't use you anymore, George. Here's a month's salary. Thanks for all you've done over the last 30 years, but I'm taking over. And then he'd sell it off bit by bit for the cash.
What sort of cash, would you say?
It's a going concern. Oh, sell out to any of the big hotel chains for maybe around 5-6 million. Here, look, did you think we could have that window back open? I mean, this heat's going for me here.
Well, we've not much more, Mr. Yule. When did you last see the Giaconellis?
Oh, I don't know. Thursday, possibly Friday. Mr. Giaconelli looked in one of those days. Just for a second, of course.
Mr. Yule, could I have a note of your address, just in case we need to get in touch again?
Aye. 56 Conisborough Road, Easterhouse.
Easterhouse?
That's right. Not bad for the managing director of a company worth 6 million, is it? 3-apartment council flat, travel to work in the 41 bus, read the Financial Times while I'm at it. Do you mind if I ask a question, Mr. King?
Go ahead.
It's about the legal position. I mean, what happens if the Giaconellis don't turn up? I mean, if they're dead and their bodies aren't found.
Well, as far as I understand, they'll be presumed dead if their bodies haven't been found within 2 years, and at that point their estates can be disposed of under the terms of their will. The insurance companies won't pay out, though, unless they see a death certificate, and they don't get issued without a body. So if you commit murder for the life insurance, you need to make sure the body's found, and that suits us just fine. Dead men tell plenty of tales. Anyway, why do you ask?
I'm anxious for my job, Mr. King. Means I've got maybe 2 years before that spoilt idiot puts me out to grass. It's not enough. It's not enough to see my daughters off.
You wouldn't benefit in any way yourself from Mr. Giaconelli's death.
No chance. I mean, he did once say that he'd see me all right, but he was miraculous at the time. People say anything and drink. No, I don't reckon to benefit. Not me.
You don't mind if we sit out here, Mr. Montgomery? I'm doing some whitewashing, as you can see.
No, that's fine.
Lemonade okay?
Yeah, thanks.
So, what do you want to know? You'll be speaking to George, I suppose?
We're speaking to everybody.
You can take the kid out of the ghetto, but you can't take the ghetto out of the kid. I dare say he'll lay that one on you.
I dare say he will.
Well, no matter what he says, Mr. Montgomery, everything was in place before he joined my father's company. It was my father that built it, took all the risks and decisions. All George had to do was keep it supplied. I mean, if the business was a motor car, George could take no credit for its design or construction. He was the chap who made sure it didn't run out of fuel or lubricant. If my father was Mr. Royce of Rolls-Royce, George Yule was the petrol pump attendant. You try telling him that. Oh, I dare say the man knows the business inside out, but if he went, he could be replaced. Plenty of white-collar doilies around.
So, your parents, when did you last see them?
Thursday? Yeah, I called at the house on Thursday.
What sort of relationship did you have with your parents?
As good as any, I expect. Has its highs and lows, you know. Is this an interrogation?
No. Should it be? I'm just asking you how you got along with your parents. What would an observer say?
How would I know? Ask the observer.
I will do that.
Well, if you want the truth, no, things weren't all that great. They won't let me forget my roots. Same as George Yule and Mrs. Fulton. They can't ever forget what they did for me, the big rescue operation. Yeah, we had a few fights.
Fights?
Rows. Never came to blows. Raised the roof, though.
Yeah. So, I imagine you'll inherit a fair bit if your parents don't turn up and have to be presumed dead.
That's right. In 2 years, as I understand.
You've done some homework.
This is something I know. A chap at school lost his father. Lost at sea in a yacht, and it was 2 years before he could claim the property. There's nothing sinister in that. Anyway, I'm in no hurry. I'm 25. There's a big world out there. I want to do some serious travelling. Meanwhile, I get an allowance and take an interest in the company. George can keep things ticking over till I get back, then I'll let him go. He can dig his allotment, if they've got them in Easterhouse. Or watch the afternoon telly, racing from Chepstow. The business has got to move with the times, Mr. Montgomery. The staff are expensive, the food's expensive, the profit margins are thin. I reckon we could sell the whole kit for 5 or 6 million. Go into fast food outlets, corner sites of car parking, city centre sites. Cheap food, cheap staff, huge profits.
Well, that's some vision.
Parable of the Talents, Mr. Montgomery. You remember it from Sunday school, don't you? One of my father's favourites, that. To him that hath shall be given, and to him that hath not shall be taken away, yea, even unto 10,000-fold. Very fond of using it in old Giuseppe. Yeah, his snowball rolled and his brother's didn't. You know, his brother still lives in Govan. Well, he's a life form in Govan. Don't know if you'd call it living. Giulio and Giuseppe. Identical upbringing and opportunities. One went up the ladder, the other slid down the snake. The drink, of course.
I see. It's a familiar enough story. You don't happen to have Giuseppe's address?
I can give you it.
You know him well?
Met him on a few occasions, that's all. They were twins, but not that close.
No, I gathered that.
You know, I really love this country in the summer. There's really no place like it.
Aye. As long as you're at liberty to enjoy it. Can I ask you what your movements were over the weekend, Mr. Giaconelli? As exact as you can make it.
Well, I've been here.
Alone?
That's right, all weekend. I walked down to the village on Saturday evening, had a pint, walked back once the bar started to fill up. You know, that point when you're touching too many elbows. Did the same pretty well Sunday lunchtime.
And that's it?
Yep.
And apart from the punters in the bar, you saw no other person over the whole weekend?
Nobody came to the cottage and I didn't visit anybody. Right, it's not much of an alibi, but it's the best I can do. Anyway, I don't need an alibi, since the burden of proof rests with you chaps. I don't have to prove I didn't do it. You have to prove I did.
Oh, I'm aware of that, Mr. Giaconelli. But it's also in your own interest not to invite suspicion.
I can cope with that.
Well, thanks for the lemonade. It was very refreshing. We'll keep in touch.
I'm sure you will. I'm not going anywhere, and do you know where I am? At home, whitewashing my cottage.
Yeah, nice stuff, whitewash. Makes a good impression. Just watch you don't fall off the ladder.
Do you think he could kill? He wouldn't be the first person to murder his boss.
No, sir, I don't think so. I mean, I suppose he has reason enough to strangle Giaconelli, with pleasure, but he struck me as the kind of man that needs his resentment, almost as a reason to live.
And if he did something about it, he'd lose that reason?
Possibly. He did say something about Giaconelli seeing him all right, but he didn't expand. I guess because Giaconelli didn't either. I think he expects maybe a few raindrops from Giaconelli's will, and the main deluge will fall on Paolo.
Montgomery, you got the impression Paolo wanted to hurry things along?
Yes, sir. He's impatient. And he knows he might have to wait another 20 years before the deluge, as Richard calls it. 6 million quid buys an awful lot of motivation. He had the entire weekend to do the deed, clean up any mess, and he's smart enough to know that without the bodies, it'll be hard to get a conviction. And he's public school educated, so he's not going to be intimidated by the police.
Been bullied by experts. So what do you reckon?
I don't know. A pre-dug grave in Caithness, maybe. Weighted bags a few 100 feet out into Loch Lomond. I really think we should lean on him.
Maybe. Anyway, it might interest you gentlemen to know that we've just taken a call from Sergeant Sussex. He's still at the locus with the scene of crime people. And we appear to have solved the mystery of the locked doors.
Oh?
The fire escape, apparently. At least that's the gardener's helpful contribution. The fire escape is accessed via the attic, a metal ladder basically attached to the rear wall of the house, with the bottom 20 feet or so retractable.
I see. So you climb down the escape till you get to the retractable section, release it, and make your getaway.
Normally it's retracted after a drill, and because it's never been used in anger, as it were, somebody climbs back up it and pulls the bottom section up after them, then hooks it onto the fixed section. Are you with me, Montgomery?
Yes, sir. All the way.
Anyway, Ray Sussex noticed the fire escape, but thought nothing of it because it was in the retracted position.
Yes, sir. I'm not sure I follow.
Well, the solution appears to be a pair of ordinary stepladders kept round the back of the garage and usually chained.
I think I can see what's coming.
Yes. The chain's gone, and the ladders have been moved, going by tracks left in the grass, the gardener's eagle eye, it seems. So, our boys at the locus used these steps to access the fire escape and check out the retaining hooks and so on, which were pretty well rusted, and found that they had been disturbed, probably within the last few days. Was that what you had in mind, Montgomery?
Pretty close, sir.
So, does that mean he did the murders in the house, carried the bodies outside, presumably to a vehicle, then went back in and locked all the doors from inside, and then left by the fire escape? It's like some sort of game.
Yes. And it's a further pointer, I think, to Paolo Giaconelli. It would take very detailed knowledge of the house to figure all that out, and from what you say, Montgomery, it sounds like his style. However, I'm beginning to feel curious about Mr. Giaconelli's underachieving brother. How was it your chap described him? The man with the stuck snowball?
Aye. Mr. Giaconelli? Aye. Police. Detective Sergeant Sussex. I'd like a word with you about your brother.
Aye, right. But you'll need to be quick. I'm due to collect the wages for the swing park.
You watch TV a lot, then? Never off. Take that seat if it's going to bother you.
That's the wife's chair. Kids sit in the settee when they visit.
I thought they were at the swing park.
That's the grand Waynes. I'm watching them.
Do you think you could turn it down a bit, Mr. Giaconelli?
Okay.
Thanks. Well, I've called about your brother, as I said. He's disappeared, and there are indications of suspicious circumstances.
So, tell me.
Do you know of anybody who'd want to harm your brother?
He's a businessman. Goes with the territory, doesn't it? You don't get where he is taking prisoners or passengers. Aye, that's what he called me, you know. His own twin brother. Asked him for a partnership. He'd only 3 restaurants at a time. Plenty of work in front of him. I don't need passengers, he said. Do you think that's fair?
It's not for me to say.
Mr. Giaconelli.
Sorry?
I'd like you to call me Mr. Giaconelli.
Oh, you would?
You would, Mr. Giaconelli.
OK. Since we're looking for information, Mr. Giaconelli.
That's better. And it's not as if I benefit any of it, I will. I'm a signatory, you know. I mean, I've witnessed his signature with mine. And if you do that, you don't inherit anything, right?
That's my understanding, Mr. Giaconelli.
Ah, I got a couple of thousand for that. Big deal.
So who does benefit from the will, Mr. Giaconelli?
Who? Who do you think?
Haven't a clue. Mr. Giaconelli.
Haven't a clue. That's rare, so it is. The Polish hasn't a clue. Well, I'll tell you, it's that Paolo creature, Mr. Smoothie, and that guy George Yule. Him and Paolo divide it equally. Oh, the wife, Rona, she gets the big house and whatever's in the bank. There's plenty there to see her out, I can tell you. And Paolo and Yule get the company.
And do they know this? Does Yule know he's going to inherit half the company? Mr. Giaconelli.
Of course he knows. He knows because my brother told him. Mind you, he was half cut at the time, otherwise he wouldn't have said anything. And I'm not sure Yule believed him. Anyway, it must have been in the back of Yule's mind he was in for something, for all the good it would do him.
How do you mean?
You're forgetting, aren't you?
Mr. Giaconelli.
Ah, well, Yule's in his 50s, isn't he? He could be well retired by the time my brother snuffs it. Julia and me, we're only in our 60s. Could live to 80, 90 even. Yule wants his share of the company while he's still got a puff to enjoy it. Same with that spoilt idiot, Paolo. He's not wanting to wait till he's middle-aged. They both want it now, if you ask me. See what I mean?
Detective Sergeant?
Huh? Oh, aye. You see what I mean? Detective Sergeant.
You're in early. What, 9:30?
Aye, I suppose I could have walked, but a bus came, so I jumped it. I think it was obeying a whim. Certainly not a schedule. God, have you seen this? Please write on both sides of the paper and make all calls in off-peak time where possible.
Yeah, and they're firing out a bit of paper to each cop in the division to tell us that. Is that hypocrisy or what?
So, DC King, what's cooking?
Usual. Burglaries and joy riders, so-called. More like death riders. The big one is 2 people disappeared. Donahue and Ray Sussex think there's a code 41 in it somewhere, but so far there's no bodies. A restaurant owner and his lady wife.
Yeah, I heard that on the radio. Sounds like it could be a long haul. You fancy a coffee?
Nah, I won't sleep if I do, thanks. And I'm getting home in time tonight for once, all written up and everything.
Yeah, well, spare a thought for us poor night shifters.
Oh, hey, we all take our turn, Tony lad, we all take our turn. Oh, and who knows, this'll maybe brighten up your night. That'll be for DC Abernethy's attention, Elka. I'm clocking off. Cheers.
Nice one.
This is a message just in, Tony. Member of the public insists on talking only to CID and wouldn't say what it was about.
Well, did he give any name?
Commander Brill, I think. He's coming in person, driving up all the way from Dunlop, he says.
Dunlop?
That's what I thought. So I didn't try to squeeze any more information out of him on the phone. Said he didn't want to speak to junior ranks anyway, and the implication was especially not female junior ranks.
No, God forbid. Well, obviously you better put a pot of coffee on for, what's his name again?
Commander Brill.
Yeah, and don't forget to salute when you bring it in.
Yes, it was the dog that alerted me.
The dog?
My Labrador, out for a stroll. He's a black dog, you see, suffers in the heat, so in summer we take our walk at night. Came across a motor vehicle, doors open. Raffles got agitated, so I had a shufti. And there they were. Still are. Beginning to hum, actually. Been there a few days, I'd say. Legs stiffening, rising up off the floor of the van.
And where is this van, sir?
Well, about half a mile outside of Dunlop. The B706, Beath Road, a track on the right, about a couple of 100 yards down, in a stand of trees. I believe it was there on Friday.
On Friday? Did you see it?
I can't be sure. Caught a glimpse of it from the road, I think. It's possible some local lads have had a go at it. The windows have been smashed and the doors forced. Probably took fright and scarpered when they saw what was in it. Well, anyway, if you want a statement, I'll be happy to oblige.
Well, I think I'll send a mobile unit out first to check, Commander, if you don't mind waiting.
Oh, of course. First things first. I might be some sort of crank, for all you know.
I'll have some coffee sent in.
Splendid.
Dr. Reynolds.
Sergeant Sussock. Ill met by moonlight, eh? Oh, I see you've been busy.
Well, that's the local force, Doctor. They had the generator and the lamps in place before I got here.
And this was reported, what, 3 hours ago?
Yes, local resident. Drove all the way up to Glasgow to tell us about it. He's possibly been here since Friday.
Yeah, I'd see that. Going in a state of putrefaction. I don't want to move the bodies till your people have finished, but I can't see any obvious injuries. Doesn't look like suicide, though. Not the two of them. Left like this. No pipe from the exhaust either.
No, I'm presuming it's murder. There's been no attempt to conceal it. Fuel grew out of the road just outside the village. I'm only surprised it's taken 3 days to be reported.
I take it you've a good idea who they are.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. This is Mr. and Mrs. Jack and Ellie, late of Dunlop, in a very prosperous restaurant chain.
And from the state of it, this obviously isn't one of their own vans. Anyway, I'll go on ahead to the GRI, Sergeant, and if you'll ship the bodies up, I'll start the post-mortem as soon as you arrive.
Would it be possible to delay the post-mortem, sir, till the bodies have been formally identified?
Oh, yes, of course, if it'll help you.
Well, Mr. Jack and Ellie is a twin brother in Govan, and I think we could get him into the GRI quickly. A rapid ID is always an advantage.
Well, never scorn an advantage, Sergeant Sussock.
What did he do? Did he wheel about here?
No, Mr. Jack and Ellie. If you're ready, they'll draw back a curtain.
Aye, OK.
Now, sir, is that your brother Giulio Giaconelli and your sister-in-law Rona Giaconelli?
It is. That's right. They're a funny colour, but that's them.
You're sure about that? That is your brother, Mr. Giaconelli?
What, you bothered? I'm no upset.
Well, just a bit.
Well, why play games, eh? There was no love lost between me and Giulio. Being twins doesn't mean you had to like each other. And I'm in for a wee fortune. I'm not going to put on a long face, am I?
How do you work that out?
Mr. Giaconelli? Well, I'm just putting 2 and 2 together. The cop that brought me here, he said my brother had been found in a van near Dunlop, right? And that's where Paolo lives.
We're aware of that.
Well, I've told you you'll benefit from Giulio as well. It's him, Paolo, and Giorgio. They share it 50-50 eventually. Oh, but that's no use to them. They want it now.
So why should that make you happy?
Because you can't profit from a crime.
That's true enough.
And it's obvious, isn't it? Paolo and Giorgio murdered them to get their wee paws in the dosh. A conspiracy, isn't that it? To speed up the process.
It's been done before.
Ah, but they've been rumbled.
Nobody's been rumbled yet.
Matter of time. And so they get done for murder. And no matter what Julius Will says, they can't profit because they filled them in. So the company passes to the next nearest relative. That's me. And that's the law. So you're going to make an arrest at dawn, eh? What is it they call it? A swoop? And get Paolo and Yule?
Just hold your horses, Mr. Giaconelli. You can give us information, but don't tell us what to do.
Ah, right. So what time do they open, the bars?
8 o'clock. The ones with a breakfast licence open at 8 a.m.
Another couple of hours, eh? Well, I can wait that long for a wee wait. I've been waiting all my life to get rich. Another couple of hours is not going to hurt me, eh? What about solicitors? What time do they start work?
Yes. No other cause of death, I would say. The were both alive when their skulls were fractured. And the man sustained fractures to his left shoulder and arm as well. Probably one of the blows that damaged his watch. Oh, that'll be very handy for you, Sergeant. Shows a time of 9:45. Oh, it's an analogue display. You can't tell if that's AM or PM.
And how about the day, sir? I think we need to fix this one as accurately as we can. We don't have much else in forensic, apparently.
Oh, I'm aware of that, Sergeant. I can only give you my best estimate, as you know. In this case, that's got to be determined by the rate of putrefaction. Although we're both past middle age, not carrying much surplus fat, quite lean in fact, which is a slowing factor, as is sudden death itself.
Really?
Oh, yes. Also the lack of moisture in the closed van. Warm and dry outside. Not exactly typical weather for these parts, but at least until the windows were smashed, they were being fairly well preserved.
No, it's never quite as straightforward as we'd like. I know that much. Is it possible to fix it within 24 hours? We really need to know what day we're talking about.
Well, let's say we're not completely in the dark. We've learned a few tricks. There's always a few scholars still burning the midnight oil, thankfully. Makes up for us artisans.
You found something?
Yes. Believe it or not, Sergeant, it's a wee beast called Caliphana erythrocephala that comes winging to the rescue.
Sorry?
The commoner garden blue bottle. And plenty of them about in the summer. And 2 huge lumps of fresh meat in a shady place. What could be better?
Well, not much, I suppose, if you take a blue bottle's eye view.
Exactly. See, our trouble as a species is we're far too anthropocentric. You don't fish by any chance?
Oh, I have done, now and again. Can't say I've ever had much luck.
Well, we might be doing a little better here. It's not a very pleasant thought, I know, but the van and its contents were like a bake shop larder.
You mean maggots?
Sergeant Sussuck, I hope you don't pull a face like that when you're threading them onto your hook. I'll need to strike you off my list of agreeable fisher friends.
No, it's sea fishing I've done, Doctor. Nice, clean mussels.
Well, it depends on where you picked them. These days you half expect them to glow in the dark. Anyway, to return to our muttons, as the French say. There were eggs by the thousand on the exposed flesh, and some under the clothing. And some of them are hatching into larvae, and the oldest are well into their final stage, so we're talking perhaps 4 days. It's now Tuesday AM. I think I'd be prepared to stick my neck out and say the murders were committed on Thursday, 9:45 PM, that is. That's my best guess, Sergeant Sussuck, and you've got the humble maggot to thank for that.
Wonders of modern science, eh?
Oh, there's actually a specialism these days, forensic entomology, believe it or not. There's a very good book by a former Home Office pathologist, a man called Simpson. Everything you always wanted to know, but were too squeamish to ask. I'll lend it to you if you like.
No. I think I'll pass on that one, sir. Can you add anything to the circumstances of death? Time of death would be a real bonus, but if there's anything else we should know.
Well, from the injuries sustained to the arm, as I've said, it's clear the man put up resistance. And I would imagine the woman had warning of the attack from that. Certainly she was struck from behind. Very likely she tried to escape. But what's more interesting from your point of view, I think, is the fact that there are some green stains on the clothing. Very obviously grass.
So they might have been attacked while they were sitting in the garden?
It's possible. That would tie in with what they were wearing, but I would describe as casual. Going no place in particular, not expecting visitors.
No, not that kind of visitor for sure. So that would also explain why we found no trace of violence in the house. No blood, Not so much as a doily out of place. Apart from the business with the fire ladder, we could have saved ourselves all the effort we've put into combing the house. The murderer wouldn't even have needed to ring the doorbell.
Well, it's speculation, of course. And it won't come out quite like that in my report. It never does, as you know.
No, I understand that. And I really do appreciate your going off the record.
Yes, it's not an unreasonable inference from such evidence as we've got. Mr. and Mrs. Giaconelli taking their ease, sitting in the garden, enjoying the warm evening. The bees buzzing, going off shift. Night-scented stock. A wee glass of chilled Frascati. Aye. We know not the day nor the hour, Sergeant, do we?
Mr. Giaconelli.
Mr. Montgomery, what can I do for you?
I'm afraid I have some bad news for you.
No, you haven't. Giuseppe phoned me this morning about 9 o'clock. He was a foo, as they say in Ayrshire. Kept me on about solicitors, and nobody would see him without an appointment.
And he told you why he wanted to see a solicitor?
Oh, yes. I gather my parents were found in the back of a van, not too far from here.
Mr. Giaconelli, can you tell me where you were on Thursday last, between 9:30 and 10 p.m?
In the pub, I should think. Yeah, either that or else on my way home from the pub.
Any witnesses?
I suppose so. Plenty of people. It's a small bar. Doesn't mean to say I was noticed, though. So you're going to be charging both myself and George Yule with the murder?
Sorry?
Oh, that's what Giuseppe tells me. Nothing sure, he said.
No, I think that's rushing fences a wee bit.
I'm relieved to hear it.
We'd appreciate it if you'd stay close to home, though.
Oh, sure. Wouldn't want to leave the whitewashing half done, would I?
Coming.
Sir, that's a call from the desk sergeant over in M Division. The Leyland van details match a vehicle theft from a garage in Lint House.
Right, Elka. See if DC King's available. Tell him to get over there fast. When was the theft reported?
Thursday, sir. Taken off the garage forecourt the night before, apparently. The owner couldn't believe anybody would steal it.
We could tell him, couldn't we?
You see, the problem with this place is you can drive the motors right off. No wall or anything between you and the road.
And you'd left it out in the forecourt overnight?
Well, I don't have the room. I've got practically all my stock sitting out here. I always have. And as you can see, these are going to be sitting out all night. Unless I get lucky and sell 14 motors this afternoon. I take the rotor arms out as a rule.
You didn't take the rotor arm out of this van?
Nah, I mean, I beat up Leyland Sherpa and it's second around the clock. Who's going to steal that? Silly question, eh?
I've heard sillier. But you did lock it?
Oh, it was locked. Got the keys in the office still. So anyway, you've found it down Ayrshire someplace, have you?
Yeah, it's sustained a wee bit of damage. Local Ned smashed the windows and forced the doors. It'll mend, but we'll have to keep it for a while, I'm afraid.
I thought it was worth a bother.
It's part of a bigger inquiry. Actually, to tell you the truth, I'm surprised you bought it.
Listen, it was a steal. I mean, the guy practically gave me it.
How do you mean?
This wee guy was desperate to sell it. God, he'd have taken in for it. As it was, the money I gave him would have bought a round of drinks, and that's about it. You don't think he kept a set of keys and stole it back himself, eh? Maybe he does that whenever he's short of drink money.
You don't happen to have his details, do you?
Oh, I have them somewhere. I couldn't tell you the address off the top of my head, but I remember the name. It was Italian, you know. Something like Giaconetti or Giaconelli, something like that.
You know, Ray, if this case sticks in my mind, it'll only be because of that magnificent cold house and the amount of money involved. Otherwise, it's just another cheap, nasty murder committed by somebody that can't see past their own nose.
Certainly nasty.
Well, Montgomery and King should be lifting Giuseppe about now. If he's been hitting the breakfast bars since 8, he shouldn't give them any bother. If he's not too foo, I'll give you the pleasure of telling him his ship hasn't come in.
Aye. Going to the bottom, more like.
Well, finish your coffee, Ray. There's plenty of time.
And I presume we'll give Paolo and Jewel the good news first, then the bad.
Oh? What's the bad news?
That Giaconelli's will prevents them splitting the company. They hate each other like poison, but he's got them roped together like Siamese twins.
Well, they'll find a way. As Montgomery said yesterday, 6 million quid buys an awful lot of motivation.
In The Ladder, the part of Detective Sergeant Ray Sussex was played by Jake Darcy, D.C. Abernethy by Andrew Conlon, and D.C. Montgomery by Frank Gallagher. The director was Hamish Wilson.
Inspector Pirbright by John Colin Watson. He was a British writer of detective fiction and the creator of characters such as Inspector Pirbright and Lucilla Teatime. His character of Inspector Pirbright is a thoroughly English policeman, affable, polite, dogged and decent.
Sit here now, Mrs. Allen.
Thank you. I don't want to be any trouble.
Oh, you're no trouble at all, love. Now, you just keep your pecker up as best you can. The coroner won't take long. Just a formality.
Well, Sergeant Malley?
Yes, sir.
What is it, then? What is it?
God save us. It's an inquest, sir.
What?
It's the body you just viewed, Mr. Amblesbury, sir. The young lad in the mortuary.
Oh, dear.
And what about him?
He's dead, sir. Sorry, Mrs. Allen.
I know that. I could tell that. Let's get on with it, then.
Dr. Ferguson?
Yes.
Honestly, gets worse with keeping. Doesn't know where he is half the time.
Advanced senile dementia. Still, miracle for his age, I suppose.
Well, I don't believe in miracles any more than I believe in him. Would you like to give your bit? Dr. Ferguson, sir?
Well, yes. Yes. Well?
I examined the body in question in Flaxford General Hospital. In my opinion, death was due to cranial fracture and laceration of the brain, consistent with the deceased's having been involved in a collision between two vehicles.
Well?
That's all, sir.
All?
Yes.
Oh, right, you can go.
The doctor's fee, sir?
What?
You've got to give the doctor his fee, sir.
I suppose we have to. There you are. Think I should have been a doctor instead of a coroner. Money for old rope.
Thank you.
Well, next.
Now, Mrs. Allen.
Yes?
Come forward just a little, Mrs. Allen. She's very upset, sir.
Why?
The boy was her son, sir.
We don't know that yet, do we? That's what we're here to establish, surely. Well?
Mrs. Allen, you've seen the body in the mortuary of Flaxborough General Hospital.
Yes.
And is it that of your son, Percy Thomas Allen, aged 18 years, an assistant storekeeper?
Yes.
What? Speak up.
Yes, sir. Beg pardon, sir.
One of these days. Who lived with you at 5 George Street, Flaxborough?
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Allen. That's all now.
Just a minute.
What's he want now? Straightforward adjournment for 7 days, surely.
I said just a minute.
Yes, sir.
Not you, her.
Me?
Yes, you. You've been writing letters to me.
I beg pardon. Letters?
Letters, sir?
Letters? Well, answer, woman. Have you been writing letters to me?
He's really gone this time.
There
haven't been any letters, sir. You mustn't question the lady like that.
I asked you whether you had written to me. You must know, woman.
I haven't written to nobody, sir.
Hey?
She says she hasn't written to anybody, sir. Not anybody. There hasn't been a letter, sir.
Oh, hasn't there? Here. Look. Did you send this to me?
You go on home, Mrs. Allen.
Here. Did you write this?
I'll take that, sir, shall I? What's it all about now? My dear friend, this is an urgent appeal. I'm in great danger. The person whose loyal and faithful companion I have been, and to whom even now my life is dedicated, intends to have me done away with. I can scarce... I know that murder is going to... Oh, it's some hoaxer, sir. Somebody having a joke. I'd better get him home. Just you get your coat on, sir, and I'll drive you home. Honestly.
I'll see to Mrs. Hallam. Come along, Mrs. Hallam. I'll leave you to look after the coroner, Sergeant. Busy time for the old devil as well. I mean, 2 corpses this week.
2. And you mark my words, there'll be another yet. Corpses always come in threes.
Charities. The trouble we have with these flaming charities.
What was that, Governor?
Oh, please don't call me Governor, Sid. Makes me feel like Sexton Blake.
Sorry, Inspector Pirbright.
What I mean is, why are people involved in charities so...
uncharitable?
I was going to say violent. They all seem to be at war with each other. And there are so many of them. And look at this, Sid. There are 43 known species of charity in Flaxborough alone. There are 18 doggy ones to start with. There are another 7 devoted to the welfare of other domestic animals, and 6 to the protection of wild ones. Then there are the aged, the orphans, the fallen gentlewomen, and the Society for the Christianization of Mongolia.
Why do you say they're at war with each other, though?
Well, they seem to suffer the same sorts of paranoia that drive countries to Armageddon. I mean, the arrangement of a flag day or the timing of a fete are every bit as bitterly disputed as an Agincourt or a Cressy.
Of course, it's quite a smart thing to be on one of those committees.
Oh, yes, well, that's the trouble. Every would-be knob in town, including every single member of the town council, is on one. Still, it's the recipients I feel sorry for. The dogs, the old people. Imagine being patted on the head by Mrs. Henrietta Palgrove.
What, the old people?
No, the dogs. Then there are the orphans.
Oh, the orphans seem able to look out for themselves. Councillor Winge is forever patting them on the head to get his picture in the paper. He's been bitten 4 times since Christmas. Have we been having complaints again?
No, we're always getting complaints. There's been a change, though, and I don't quite like it. Hostilities are beginning to bear the marks of professional generalship. There's a new organisation set itself up in St. Anne's Gate, calls itself the Flaxborough and Eastern Counties Charities Alliance.
Sounds very impressive.
Oh, yes. And who do you think the secretary of this alliance is?
Who?
A certain Miss Lucilla Edith Cavell Teatime.
Our Miss Teatime?
Could there be another? It's our Miss Teatime, all right. And what's she up to this time, I wonder?
Hello?
Sean, be a minute.
This is the Flaxborough and Eastern Counties Charities Alliance?
Yes. Please sit down. I've just come...
And have I the pleasure of addressing Miss Lucilla Edith Cavell Teatime?
Oh, yes, Mortimer Hyde.
Lucy!
My dear old chum.
I'm come bearing gifts.
Oh.
This was always your tipple, I know. Highland Fling, 10 years old.
Oh, Mortimer, how sweet of you to remember my little twinges.
Nonsense. Any doctor would have done the same.
Doctor? You're not still trying that line, are you?
Alas, no. Fill gap. Not one of my best ideas.
You are intrinsically too honest, my dear, ever to pass convincingly as a doctor. In any case, that bravura of yours was bound to let you down.
You said so, Lucy. You said so at the time.
But tell me, you haven't returned to your former occupation, have you? I told you long ago that the physically taxing life of a professional correspondent, especially one who has passed into legend, and from whom such great things are expected, is not one for a man of your years.
Lucy, as I told you then, I am in my prime. Just look at me, surely.
Ah, yes, Mortimer. The looks are as dashing as ever, but the deeds expected of one in the bedroom call for a great deal of...
Lucy.
Dear Mortimer, you're still as handsome as a film star. But then film stars, like policemen, get younger these days.
You're right, Lucy. He's just as you always were in the old days. You always knew when a game was drawing to a close. Always knew just when to blow the whistle. Before the police arrived blowing theirs.
But what are you doing in life? And what are you doing in Flaxborough? And are the two connected?
They are. I am here on an assignment. I am, Lucy, a dick.
I beg your pardon?
A gumshoe, a private eye, a detective.
What an excellent use for your time-honoured and proven skills in creeping stealthily in the vicinity of bedrooms. You don't object to drinking Highland Fling from a teacup?
Oh, certainly not. If you're not going to offer me your supper, a teacup will have to do.
Here's to you, my dear.
Here's to both of us. Tea time and hive. The old firm.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes, Ed.
There's a lady here would like a word with you. Says she's the secretary of the KKK.
I didn't know the Ku Klux Klan had set up a branch in Flaxborough. Not wearing a white hood, is she?
No, it's the... Oh, hang on. Here it is. Kindly Kennel Club. Hasn't got a hood on, though. Just one of those peaked hats that looks as if it's designed to deflect falling masonry. Name of Mrs. Palgrove.
Oh, no. Not Mrs. Henrietta Palgrove.
I didn't ask her first name. She doesn't seem the sort you'd ever call by her first name.
No, she isn't. Still, better show her in.
This way, Mrs. Palgrove. This is Inspector Purbright.
I know that, boy. I'll come straight to the point, Inspector.
Please do, Mrs. Palgrove.
It is our Flag Day, and some perfectly dreadful things have been happening.
Really? Oh, dear. Do sit down.
Does the boy have to remain?
I think that Detective Sergeant Love ought to hear what you have to say.
Detective Sergeant? Doesn't look old enough to be a Boy Scout.
Well, now, and what are these dreadful things, Mrs. Palgrove?
Let us not beat about the bush, Inspector.
Let us not, Mrs. Palgrove.
My organisation's name has been brought into disrepute by a trick. A very nasty trick. Certain unauthorised persons have been passing themselves off as our flag sellers.
Today, you mean?
Of course, today. I have lost no time in letting you know, so you must do something about it.
Perhaps you can be a little more specific, Mrs. Palgrove. Can you tell me where any of these people are operating?
No, I cannot.
You haven't actually seen any of them yourself, then?
A number of people have come into the Flag Day HQ. They have complained very bitterly, as well they might, although we ourselves, of course, were in no way to blame.
It might be of some assistance if you were to tell me what they were complaining about.
Seems it's some of the flags that have been the trouble, sir. I think they've given offence.
Ah, Perhaps if you could tell us about that, Mrs. Palgrove.
Unauthorised emblems, very like our own, but quite unauthorised, have got into circulation. There are words on them.
Aren't there words on yours?
Not these.
I see.
They are, as you might say, messages, printed very boldly upon a clever imitation of our emblem. Perhaps message is not quite the right description there.
No?
No. Invitations, and of the most embarrassing kind.
Like at fairs, I think she means, sir. Or the seaside. You know, on funny hats.
Funny hats?
Like Kiss Me Quick, that sort of thing. Only a bit earthier.
Oh, I say, you are awful.
I know I am, dear lady. Large brandy and water, please. But why do you say so?
Well, there, that badge you're wearing. Well, really, I never did. Here's your brandy. What a thing to be wearing.
This? Why, I bought this from a flag seller. Some charity for the aid of man's best friend, I think.
Is that what they call it? Take it up and have a look at it. The water's in the jug.
Well, certainly. I can't think what...
Well, it says you've got a... Well, great big...
Good heavens, so it does.
And that you can... Well, really.
I thought I'd been receiving some strange looks.
Well, I should think so, with an advertisement like that on your lapel. Bragging about... Well, I mean...
Yes? And what do you mean?
Well, people... Women would be wondering if it was true, wouldn't they?
Yes, I suppose they would. I wonder if you'd care to join me in a drink, my dear.
Oh, well...
And tell me, my dear, are you wondering if it's true?
You wanted to see me, Chief Constable?
Ah, Mr. Purbright. Yes. Nice to see the rains eased off. Well, come in. Yes. Now then, Deirdre, leave Inspector Purbright alone. She's pleased to see you, Purbright.
Quite mutual, sir.
Yes, he's an affectionate little thing, isn't she?
Oh, most loving, sir.
Yeah. Well, Deirdre, now then, Purbright, what is all this about some woman expecting to be poisoned or drowned or something?
I'm afraid I'm not quite with you, sir.
Oh, aren't you? Well, I've had this letter, do you see? I thought you might know something about it.
No, sir.
You don't?
No.
I see. Well, it's a bit chewed up now, I'm afraid. Deirdre thought it was for her, didn't you, Deirdre? Oh, yes, well, it might just be a bit of silliness, you know.
Oh, of course, sir.
Look, perhaps I'd better read it to you. It's not signed, you know, and I can't think offhand of anyone who'd normally address me as my dear friend. Well, never mind. It goes like this. My dear friend, this is an urgent appeal. I am in great danger. The person whose loyal and faithful companion I have been, and to whom even now my life is dedicated, intends to have me done away with. Done away with. I can scarcely believe his change of heart, but I have heard the plan discussed and must believe it, however unwillingly. They do not think I understand what is going on. Of course I understand. I can sense when I am in the way. And I know that murder is going to be the reward for my uncomplaining loyalty. A poisoned pellet in my food, a quick injection, perhaps to be held helpless under water by a loved hand until I drown. One or other of these dreadful fates will overtake me if you, dear friend, do not bring aid. I cannot, for reasons you will understand, sign this letter, but I enclose my photograph in the hope that your heart may be touched.
I gather you don't take this letter seriously.
Why do you say that?
Ah, you do take it seriously, then.
Oh, well, everything must be judged on its merits, Mr. Pirbright. I mean, here is a letter, unsigned, addressed to me by somebody or other who thinks they're going to be murdered, or says they do. And what do you propose to do about it, Well, I suppose you want to examine it for fingerprints and so forth.
I think the only fingerprints it will have on it now, Chief Constable, will be yours. And, of course, Deirdre's.
Yes, I see what you mean.
And the photograph, sir?
Photograph?
Well, the writer speaks of enclosing a photograph.
Yeah. Oh, bless my soul. Yes. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. No. There definitely wasn't a photograph. Oh, do let go of Inspector Pirbright, Deirdre. There's a dear. Deirdre. Silly girl. She is very fond of you, Pirbright.
Dover?
That's right.
Hastings here. All right if I make my report?
Just a minute. Well, yes.
I commenced observation of Calais at 08:20 hours when she left the house accompanied by a large dog. She went to a park near the river, apparently in order to let the dog have some exercise and relieve itself, which it did.
Was it liver and white?
I didn't actually examine it.
Dog, liver and white.
Oh, the dog. Ah, yes.
Fine animal, didn't you think?
Oh, most captivating.
All right, carry on.
Calais remained in the park until 09:30 hours. It was raining heavily for part of the time, and...
She didn't let the dog get wet, did she?
No, she took it into a shelter, the only shelter, and sat there until the rain stopped. I was able to observe that no one made contact with the subject while she was in the park. Afterwards, she went into several shops and returned home at 0:10:15 hours, when I took the opportunity of returning briefly to my hotel and changing into dry clothes.
Well, go on.
At 1100 hours, Calais came out of the house and continued on foot into town. She entered a tea shop called the Willow Plate and was joined almost immediately by a woman whom I suggest we codename Dieppe.
What did she look like?
Brilliant table legs, poor soul, but a vivacious manner, spectacles of a somewhat bizarre transatlantic cast, light fluffy hair, loud voice, 35 or so.
I think I know who it was.
A vodka and lime sort of woman, or virgin for a ducat.
No need to be offensive.
Offensive?
Never mind. Go on. Did you hear what they were talking about?
Well, some of it, certainly. I succeeded in finding a seat in the next alcove thing to theirs. It is that kind of tea shop, you know. And I was able to take notes of parts of the conversation until nearly 1200 hours, when they left separately. Calais was very difficult to hear. Dieppe was not. I received what you might call the drift. Shall I summarise it for you?
I simply want to know what arrangement they made. I take it that an arrangement was made.
Oh, yes, indeed. Briefly, it is this. Dieppe is to travel this afternoon to Nottingham.
What is Nottingham the code for?
Well, nothing. Nottingham is just Nottingham.
Oh. So long as we know.
She's going there today by train. She'll book a single room at the Trent Towers Hotel, but in Calais' name, not her own. She'll not leave again until tomorrow morning, when she'll book out, do some shopping, and catch the 11 o'clock train back to Flaxborough. At Flaxborough Station, Dieppe will be met by Calais, to whom she will give the things she has bought, together with the hotel receipt.
You have done rather well, Mr. Hastings.
Oh, all part of the job, Mr. Dover. But there is more. I subsequently followed Calais to the reference room of the public library and saw her deposit a piece of paper in a book. When she'd gone, I went to the same book. It was a musical score of the Barton Pride, most appropriate, I thought. It was a message to Folkestone, which read, "All fix for tonight, wait at cottage."
Wait at cottage?
Yeah.
Excellent. And you know where the cottage is. You remember my directions.
Clearly.
And you know what you have to do.
I do, and I'm fully prepared. My camera is loaded and I'm straining at the leash, as they say.
Then be sure you do it.
Hello? Dover? Hello?
Got to go to Leicester tonight.
Leicester? Why should you want to go to Leicester?
I don't want to go to Leicester. I said I have to. Business.
Funny business.
What's that supposed to mean?
You'll be late back then.
Oh, Lord, I'm not dragging back here the same night. I'll stay over. Perhaps Tony can put me up.
Tony?
And he's with Hardy Livingstone. You know him. Drives a Porsche.
You can't just drop in on people like that. They aren't hotel keepers.
Tony won't mind. His wife won't either.
And what is it you're going to do in Leicester?
Oh, something to do with machinery. Wouldn't mean anything to you.
It means something to me that without any warning you clear off to stay with some people or other I've never heard of.
But you have heard of Tony. Tony Wilcox. Bloody hell, you met him at the firm's dinner a year ago. 2 years, maybe.
2 years ago?
Yes.
You went on your own 2 years ago. I was having that sinus operation.
Well, 3 then. What the hell does it matter?
Quite a lot, judging from the way you're taking refuge in bad language. It's the same when you have something to hide.
Oh, for crying out loud, woman!
I may be a woman, but I object to being referred to as such, and I will not tolerate your bad temper. I'm already extremely upset at those acts of sabotage.
Sabotage? What sabotage?
You see, you don't even listen to me. I've been telling you about it all through lunch, and you haven't heard a word. The KKK has...
KKK? Oh, for Pete's sake.
No, you don't care. Well, go to Leicester there and stay with this Tony or whatever her name is.
Her?
You needn't think you can fool me. All you can think about is following your filthy little pursuits in Leicester.
Once and for all, woman!
Honestly, you didn't need to come with me.
It's no trouble.
I'm quite capable of catching a train to Nottingham on my own. It's not even as if we've anything to say to each other. I shall be back tomorrow when I've done my shopping. I told you there'd be plenty of room. I told you you didn't need to come.
Doreen? Doreen? Oh, it is you. I thought it was you, but I don't understand. What are you doing here? Oh, hello.
Hello, Brenda.
He just insisted on seeing me off. I'm just going over to Nottingham. You see, stay overnight, do some shopping.
Oh, what a coincidence. I'm going to Nottingham too. That is, well, I was going to. Well, I thought I'd... What's happened?
I don't know. He insisted on seeing me off.
What are we going to do?
We'll both have to go to Nottingham, that's all.
But
Well, I suppose we can travel together.
Yes,
We'd better get on.
Yes.
Well, goodbye, dear. You know about your supper. Just wants heating through. See you tomorrow, then. Yes?
Sid, do you happen to know of anyone in this town who goes in fear of assassination?
Oh, well, let's see now. Oh, yes, I can think of 8 or 9.
Well, Somebody's been writing to the Chief Constable. There, on the desk. Have a look.
My dear friend. Murder. Poison pellet. Quick injection. Well written.
That shortens your list, does it?
Does away with it altogether. None of the ones I know could have put this together. Not on their own.
The paper's a bit out of the ordinary.
Classy.
You could try Dawson's later. See if they stock it and if they can remember who's bought any. It's more likely a hoax than not, but we'd better check it out.
Do you know, I reckon a woman wrote it.
You think so?
Well, look, I mean, things like loyal and faithful companion, see? And loved hand. And here, heart may be touched. Well, I mean, it must be a woman, mustn't it?
I suppose the phraseology is on the romantic side.
It's downright sloshy.
You may be right, Sid.
This woman, there's more than just one trying to do her in. Here, you see, they think I do not understand. That's what she says. They. So there must be two of them.
At least.
Oh, aye, well, I don't know, though. Two's the usual, surely. The husband and his bit on the side.
There's one thing I don't understand at all. Why does she say she can't sign the letter? Presumably, she'd have been immediately identifiable from the photograph that was supposed to be enclosed.
Odd that.
But then, she didn't enclose the photograph. Though there are holes at the top corner, like pin marks, as if she'd pinned it on and took it off.
Well, she must have changed her mind.
Possibly.
Unless somebody tampered with her mail.
Ah.
Hey up.
Evening, Sergeant Malley.
Now then, young Sid. I've got something here as I thought might interest you two.
What's that, then?
Well, a letter. Or rather, a pair of letters.
2 letters?
Matching pair. First one was written to old Amblesby, the coroner, asking him for help. Well, I mean, who in the right mind would ask that old fart for help? Especially if they really were going to be murdered.
Murdered?
Exactly, Sid. I thought it was just an hoax. I was going to chuck it away, then blow me, but Jack Lynch, editor of the Citizen, just pops in with another letter. And that one's a dead ringer for the first. Here, look. Same grey paper, same talk of poisoning or drowning.
But that's...
Same pinholes in the top corner.
Well, yeah, now you mention it. Look.
And no photograph.
That's right. Though in both cases, the writer says there's going to be. But how did you know?
Well, same as this one. Yeah. Check 'em out, Sid.
Blimey, you mean there's 3 of them?
This one was sent to the Chief Constable.
My dear friend, this is an urgent appeal. I'm in great danger. The person who's... Blimey. Another of them.
Sure thing, Governor. All exactly the same. 3 of them.
Yeah, this is it then. I knew it. They always come in 3s.
What do? Letters?
No. Corpses.